and you don't have to supply every single type of drone. You have to get on to your, get your hands dirty, understand the whole dynamics. There are thousands of players, thousands, and over the next, I would say, 1, 2, 3 years, there would be lakhs in this space, right? So unless you have some, element that is shining above everybody else, you will not survive. You will not survive. It will be consolidated. But yes, I mean, this is the only way to go, because eventually, otherwise, you will retire at 60, 64 maximum. So if you want to go the long distance and you want to continue working, it is best to continue working for yourself. And therefore, it is always better to turn your hobby into your profession and start a business.
I want to, get your opinion on this. What I've seen is many defense startups do not have any veteran with them. I was attending a show in US where I found, many of the US companies, especially the small medium companies, they had either it was veteran owned or they had a veteran as a founder. In fact, I specifically remember one of the veterans who had built a mount for a machine gun that could be kept on, that could be mounted or fixed onto a helicopter. Now I asked him, how did you or why did you do this? He said, I was that, and I flew multiple missions in Afghanistan, and from my experience, I knew what was the problem with the mount. So he kind of modified the mount the way he felt as a gunner, that made a lot of sense. So we also have people who come up with a lot of experience, veterans who come out with a lot of experience that can be a game changer for defense startups. Like there is a veteran from Special Forces in Dehradun who's building. That is another thing that I wanted to touch upon. You don't need to. Not everybody has to build only weapons and equipment. There are many other things that armed forces requires. There's a veteran who's from special forces, and he is working on just doing the equipment, the bags, the packs, the belts, and he says, I did this up because as a special force soldier, I knew where it pinches me, and I didn't want that to happen to my other troops. So that is one part, that don't touch or don't look into only the weapons part of it. There are so many other things that you can work on. The second and most important is how important it is to have a veteran on your team, whether it is in the board, whether as a co-founder. What do you think about that?
It may sound very simple, Army, Navy, and Air Force, but the domains over there are the terrain and the domain and the environment are absolutely mind-boggling. The kind of, if somebody served up in the hills, or in the desert, or in the mountains in the east, so everything is different. And what you just said, and especially in the defense startup industry, if you don't have a defense officer of that domain, I don't think there is any future. There is no future. You have to have technical people, technical officers, technical men in your team. They would know, like you said, they know where the shoe pinches, and they're the ones who will come out with the right solutions and help you go the right place.
Thank you, sir. Thank
So
you
very
for.
much for joining us, and we hope to see you again to talk more about drone warfare, drone technology, and catch up on the startup, on your own startup business, startup venture. Thank you for joining us. Viewers, do join us if you want to hear more such insights, hear stories from entrepreneurs, from soldierpreneurs. Join us every day from between 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. on our live show, Founder Talk Show. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining. Thank you, sir. Jai Hind.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, welcome to My Startup TV. I'm MajorSunilShetty. Today, I come with another episode of Founder Talk Show, where we will be talking to Balaji Polki, who's the founder of Goban. This is into sustainability. This startup is in sustainability. They have won multiple awards, and they were also recognized at the Startup Mahakumbh 2025. So let's start with Mr. Balaji. Welcome to My Startup TV on Founder Talk Show.
Meeting you.
Same here. So, Mr. Balaji, let's start by understanding, your entrepreneurial journey. How did it start? What was that factor that motivated you to get into entrepreneurship?
Okay. Starting with my journey, I would just like to give you a brief on my background. So, my dad has his own business and he has been running it since last 35 years. And my age is just 25. So while growing, I always have seen my dad on his business. I've seen. So it was kind of MBA school for me. So I started my journey with an inspiration from my dad, and so that again, before starting my journey into Go Baron, I was working with Accenture. So I always I always had a plan of doing something on my own, and for my people, for the environment, for sustainability. So that got me into discussion with one of my childhood friends, that is Arnit Jamula. So we had a discussion that we have to do something sustainable because that's the future tech, and being environmental lovers, we have to do something. Me and Arnit, we travel a lot, like we'd go on treks and all, and we often find plastic toothbrushes laying around, and always have a problem with some or the other products. When we see plastic in the nature, it hurts us. So that got me into thinking that we have to do something for the nature, something for the environment, and that got me here.
The choice to move from a full-time job to entrepreneurship easier, especially when it comes to family? I mean, they were equally supportive when you decided to leave your full-time job in Accenture and get into entrepreneurship.
Waiting for that question, and leaving a job, fully established job, and I was quite established in my company, and it was it was very sophisticated for me. Everything was fine, everything was running good, and coming from a middle class family, and seeing my parents happy with my job. So I always thought what if I leave this job and start my own company? I always had this fear, and it started with first I started saying my mom that I am planning this. What can I do? Mom was in a little shock that what are you saying? How can you do that? How can you leave your job? So these are the questions we have to face. And once then the toughest time was when I spoke to my dad. So when I spoke to my dad was like, are you serious? What are you actually thinking of? Are you seriously saying you are going to leave your job? What's the money? Do you have that kind of money to start a company? So even I advise the future entrepreneurs to be ready with these questions. You have to face this, and you have to keep facing these questions until you prove yourself. So even after I left my job, till that I always used to face these questions like, can't you go get back your job? Won't you go and talk to your manager and go do your IT job? But you have I have to be very much motivated. You have to be very much motivated with your thoughts. You have to have a clear vision of what you're solving and what's your mission. So you have to be loyal to yourself and your thoughts. So that is what I was that motivated, and I tried to convince my dad I can do this. And when I got some grant, I had some validation to show him that we are doing this, and we can do what we can achieve much more.
That itself is a challenge, right? I mean, you have to take a call. That is, I got a full-fledged, I got a good job, I'm doing well. I know every month on first I would get my salary into the account, and then jumping into entrepreneurship is basically risking all of that, right? The secure job security, every month salary in place, even your lifestyle gets impacted to a large extent. So how was that personal decision making for you? How was that journey?
Thank you for asking that. Actually, it was quite tough in the initial days because I was very used to like my job life and my work culture there. So like if you work in an MNC, everything is well planned beforehand, and there will be a manager to say what you have to do, what you have like what you should not do. Though like there are HR and a very good environment, but when you leave that and when you leave that and come somewhere, so like you will be clueless. Like it's like leaving someone in between a forest and with no maps or no Google Maps or anything, no guide, no navigation or anything. So from there you have to plan everything. For me, it was quite tough because at the end of every month I used to get my salary. In the initial days, I was like, like what I'm doing, what am I doing? But as soon as I receive the salary on the 30th of the month, I feel very comfortable. Like, this is something I struggled the whole month for. But being an entrepreneur, running a company, it's quite different. Every day is a struggling day, and you don't know when you will be able to get money, or like won't will you be able to get money or not. So that is what. With time, I overcame this with good planning and execution. So you have to be always have to have plan B, plan C, plan D, plan E, anything. So having plans will let you having a backup plan will let you think further. If you don't have a plan B, then there will be always like you will again go clueless what to do next. So that is what it's little difficult only. So even I would suggest, before changing your career path into entrepreneurship, do plan the next 6 months to 1 year at least financially, mentally, resourcefully, everything you have to do it.
How much of it also involves talking to your peers, friends, colleagues at a company? Because that is the other thing, right? One is to talk to the family, get their feedback. That's the second stage. First stage is when you
yourself. Second being, if you're married, talking to your wife, or then your parents, and then the colleagues and friends. How much is that important? Talking to your peers, colleagues, friends, very close-knit friends.
As a human being, we are surrounded with a lot of people. Maybe your friends, maybe your colleagues, maybe your parents, maybe your wife or friend, anyone. So first you have, but before convincing any of them, I would suggest convince yourself first. Whether it's always a battlefield, like whether you're going there, like you have to fight for yourself. Like you have to convince yourself that you are doing this right thing, like before leaving your job or something. So like you have to convince yourself like you can do that. So what if you won't be able to do that? You have to convince yourself. So first sell your idea to yourself. Then you have to sell your idea to your parents, friends, and that is another difficult task. Even convincing my colleagues was not tough, because like the relationship with colleagues is of a few months or a few years or few days, but relationship with parents is from childhood, right? So that is the most difficult sale of your idea you have to make. So if you are able to do that, that would be your first obstacle crossed. So that's what I think.
Colleagues, you don't sell the idea. Basically, you try to gauge their response. Well, that also is a big factor, isn't it? When you gauge when you put across your idea, your thought process, their feedback also helps you in build your own plan. Build your own. You may not decide based on their feedback whether you want to do it or you don't want to do it, but then definitely it helps a great deal in structuring your idea, structuring your thought process, structuring your business itself, isn't it? So you decided to get into sustainability. Was that something to do with your personal, I mean, are you a person who's like, for sustainability? Are you, or is it because of some experience that you decided your startup needs to be in sustainable space?
Yeah, that is a quite interesting story actually. So as I mentioned earlier, I go on a lot of trek, or so with my friends or with my colleagues, or with my family also. I go on a lot of tour, and we often see this wherever we go. We have this problem, but we don't quite address that. We get a toothpaste tube of smaller size wherever we go. So that adds up to the pollution. And when you go on treks, you can see a lot of toothbrushes lying around, and lot of water bottles, plastic water bottles lying around. So that was kind of alarming for me. And me and Arnit were on a trip to Kedarnath. So we saw that, like, why people throw all this, like, why we are hurting ourselves, we are hurting our nature, we are hurting our motherland. So that is a thought which was really alarming. And seeing like both of our parents were into FMCG business. So when we had some discussion, we started, like, why won't we start our journey with the first thing which we use in the morning, that is toothpaste. So actually, we are building a solution that will be acting as a replacement for toothpaste. It's toothpaste tablet. You just need to simply pop it in the mouth, chew and brush your teeth. You're done for the day. So that is the solution. Apart from that, we are also doing other businesses, like we are manufacturing bamboo toothbrushes and all. The idea is, like, even if someone goes on a trek or someone goes on a trip, it should be convenient for them to carry. Even if they won't be able to carry, they can throw it, and it gets biodegraded into the nature. So that was the idea. So we were, like, you can call us fighters for the nature.
Really good thought. I myself have switched to bamboo toothbrushes, and as much as possible sustainable solution. One of the challenges with sustainable solution is, how do you change the mindset, where one is cheaper. Bamboo toothbrushes are expensive as compared to the plastic ones. And also, if you've used bamboo toothbrushes, you would see after a certain time it develops a certain kind of a black tinge on it. Now that requires it to be thrown, or you have to have the you need to know how to clean them up, because the bristles are quite strong if you use a good quality brush. So that mindset change itself, how do you how do you, is that part of your startup, where educating people to say, hey, this is the reason why you need to do it, and these are the challenges when you have to do the switch?
Changing and mindset is the most difficult hurdle an entrepreneur will face. So when we started working on the product, so initially we thought of white labeling bamboo toothbrushes, which are available in the Indian market. So we first of all we tried some of the samples. We tried different brands. We saw what are the problems. Then we engineered our product into a most feasible solution. So as you said, there are a lot of we can see a lot of problems with the existing products. So we compared our product with the products, like current products, like plastic toothbrushes which are available in the market. We compared both of them. Like we first as I said, you have to do a lot of sales, but before sales, you have to sell your product to yourself. If I will buy, if I started questioning myself, if I will buy a product, why would I buy a bamboo toothbrush instead of a plastic toothbrush? So we have to offer convenience to them. We have to offer comfort to them. We have to offer quality to them. And the most tough part, we have to offer all of this at a good price of a plastic toothbrush. So we try to balance everything. We have to work on every point, and we have to build a bridge of between our product and people's mindset. So we struggled, and we worked on the product. We worked on the price, we worked on the quality, and we worked on the value creation our product does. So that is what helped us to position our product in the market. So people, if someone will see our product and a different product in the market, they would simply they won't be thinking, they won't be having a second thought of buying a plastic toothbrush instead of buying a bamboo toothbrush. So they will go for bamboo toothbrush.
Talking to Balaji Polki, who's the founder of Go Brands. It is a sustainable startup. We are here live on My Startup TV. If you want to follow founders, hear their stories, join us every day, Monday to Saturday, 4 p.m. sharp, live on My Startup TV. We are world's first media house dedicated to entrepreneurship, to startups. So, Mr. Balaji, you talked about how you're trying to build product that is economical, that is acceptable. It is comfortable. So, do you also have R&D facility that you do? I mean, because most of this product needs to be built ground up, right, from zeros, from scratch.
Actually, the lab is a part of our incubation center, and these every startup should know when they are in an stage of idea to prototyping, right? They should previously there were not much of facilities, but nowadays we have these facilities of incubation centers. We have mentor pooling. So we have to go through Google or go through LinkedIn, and we have to search for a good incubation center and like-minded incubation center. So some incubation center provide solutions for technological startups. Some provide solutions for AI-based startups. Some incubation center provide help for biotech startups or healthcare startups. So you have to choose a correct incubation center and try to avail their facilities. So the incubation center which we chose is Institute of Life Science Bhubaneswar. So there they have this lab where we can test all our initial prototypes and validate some of the we can do some of the validations there and there itself before sending it to an NABL accredited lab.
They do a lot of work with bamboo, and some of the places, like I have been personally for My Startup TV, we have seen local nano entrepreneurs building products. So is that something that you will do in future? You plan to work with them because they're also working in the sustainable field. So basically going beyond toothbrushes and paste and other things. So is that a thought for you?
The idea behind Go Baron is an umbrella brand for sustainable, eco-friendly FMCG products. So under this umbrella brand, we are trying to launch different brands that will particularly focus on particular requirement. For example, as a part of Go Baron, we currently have two brands, that is Go Dent, which is oral care, sustainable oral care segment. Then we have Go Affy, which we are planning to launch it very soon. So that will be for skincare and hair care. Maybe in the future we have this flexibility of an umbrella brand, and we can launch other brands for different needs. So there are companies like Unilever, ITC, but these all are brands. But under their umbrella, they have sub brands which are Fair and Lovely or Glow and Lovely. Now it is called Glow and Lovely, and other things, Tide, Rin. So that is our structure. So that is our plan, and definitely we are trying to increase employment in India, and so that is the prime focus. And the idea is to do something in FMCG sector which Infosys did in IT. So when there were no company in IT field in India, Infosys did a massive job, and I have huge respect for Mr. Narayan Murthy and his wife also for supporting him. So that is my idea. We will be doing something like that in the FMCG sector.
So to do that,
what's your business model? I mean, are you trying to is this going to be a B2B model or B2C or B2B and B2C?
When we start a business, currently in India, there is a trend of D2C businesses, but the actual business in FMCG is done by B2B players and B2B2C players. The ticket size of Unilever and ITC is ITC Patanjali is very big, and they have a lot of revenue because they are doing it from B2B2C. So by doing a business in B2B2C model, which we are planning, we can connect our brand with the local roots of India. Like there are three segments of India, as if you see from an entrepreneur's point of view. So there is India 1, there is India 2, and there is India 3. And we want to reach all these Indias with our products. So B2B2C is the model which we are looking for. And like we did some pilot testing of our product in this model, and we were successful.
And just coming back to my previous question, are there any, are you planning to collaborate with people from Northeast? Because there are solopreneurs who make these products.
We are planning to patent this tech. So now we are planning to replace the bamboo also with another material, which is for which research is currently going on, and we are on the verge of filing patent with that material. So manufacturing that will be once we get the patent, we have plans to manufacture those materials, and we will replace the handles of our bamboo brushes with that, and it's totally biodegradable. And we have other other uses of that also. We can for drinking water also we can provide these water bottles which are biodegradable. So after you drink the water, even if you throw it, it will be biodegraded. So that is the plan. And as you asked, so we are planning to establish these factories in the Northeast once the research is ready.
Well, that will be good. There are a lot of schemes by the government of India to promote entrepreneurs like you to go and set up in Northeast. We have been, as MajorSunilShetty, we have been traveling to quite a few states in Northeast, Sikkim, Assam, Nagaland, and we know that there is a need there. There is a local resource, local talent, and they need entrepreneurs like you to come and set up shop in manufacturing facility in Northeast. So, definitely we would love to see that happen. So, at what stage are you as a startup? I mean, is this still in a prototype stage? Or you started sales? Where are you currently?
With different products of ours. So coming to bamboo brushes, we are pre-revenue. Coming to toothpaste tablets, we are on the verge of launching that. So also we are pre-revenue. And the one which the patented the product on the patent of which we are working on. So that is all MVP is ready. And so you can position our company as a pre-revenue company, pre-revenue startup. Yeah.
What is the investment have you done from your side so far?
So that's a good question, by the way. So initially, the investment which me and Arnit, the other founder, we did was a sum of 2 lakhs, 1 lakh each. We started our journey with such a small ticket, but on the verge of growing our company, we got some grants. And I'm really thankful to the government of India for providing us with such good opportunities in the form of grants, loans, or some concessions in taxes and everything. So we got by the end of 1 year, we got a grant that is called Nidhi EIR. So we got a sum of 4.5 lakh rupees from government of India to develop our idea into prototype. Then after that, we currently are having 2 grants with us. That is Startup India Seed Fund Scheme, and there is another grant from Government of Odisha. That is a prototype development grant from Department of Science and Technology, Government of Odisha. So apart from these 2, we also got a grant from IIT Madras that sums up to 5 lakhs. So in the form of grants, we got in an investment of around 20 lakhs approximately. And apart from that, till date, we have invested only 10 lakhs. So 5 lakhs each.
So, and along the way, you also won quite a few awards, especially your dental care product has won awards. Do you want to talk about that?
Um, Recently, there was an event organized by NIT Rourkela. So it's a national entrepreneur summit. So we got an award there for being a warrior for sustainability, and so we pitched our idea, which we pitched our product there. There were around 25 participants in that. So we got an award from them for pitching our product in a very good way. That is one award which we got. We also got felicitated by NIST University, Barampur. We were sponsored. We have sponsored their fest. It was a part of our BTL marketing strategy. So they felicitated us. Apart from that, we got qualified for there is another program. So this is something which I wanted to mention. Post incubation, there are other programs like accelerator program. So in accelerator program, when your product is ready, they will help you accelerate your sales into the market. So there are one is incubators, there are the other entities accelerators. So these accelerators help you to accelerate your go to market strategies. So out of 600 startups which applied for, there is a program called Bharat Tech Accelerator. So there were 25 startups which qualified, and I would proudly say we were one of them.
On your journey and the awards that you won, the way you got grants. So with all that experience, having started as on a full-time job to getting into entrepreneurship, what is the message that you or the lesson that you want to share with fellow entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs, early stage entrepreneurs especially?
The message I would want to share is never get demotivated. You never know what's gonna happen next. So it's not always a good day in a startup journey. In your startup journey, it's not always a bad day in your startup journey. It's a mixture of both, and we don't know how we can't expect a smooth journey in building startup, because also we have to be consistent with our thoughts. We have to be very much stubborn for our thoughts that we have to do this. We are gonna do this even if you don't have money, even if you have a lot of money. If you have a lot of money, you should not be spending extremely high. You should always have a planned way of spending and a planned revenue way of earning a revenue. You can't just gamble with the money or gamble with life. And when you run a company, it's not just your life, it's the life of the people who are dependent on you, your employees or anyone. So be careful when you plan your journey, and don't get demotivated. There is always a day before a night, after a night.
So what do you do when
There are days when you feel, you feel low. It happens to all entrepreneurs. What do you do?
Is an English series called Friends. So I'm a big fan of Friends. So when it's a comedy show. When I feel low, I just play a random episode from that. I see that, I laugh, and I I then
bounce back?
I bounce back. Yeah, exactly.
We all go through it. We all go through it. There are days when you feel, was this a right decision to get into this? And then there are days when you feel, yes, you're out here to conquer the world. So I think that it's a process through the journey, right? I mean, it's a journey one has to go through. So My Startup TV, we are 5 years old, and we have been showcasing entrepreneurs like you, covering live events, startup events across India. We provide a platform for entrepreneurs, for startup enablers, the whole startup ecosystem itself. What do you think the kind of work we are doing? What are your thoughts?
When being an entrepreneur, it's very important for us to learn from the other's journey. So we have time for failing. So if you are failing, fail early. Learn from your failures. So people like you help others learn, learn from the journeys of other founders. So we have, being an entrepreneur, I can definitely say that there is no entrepreneur whose journey is smooth. Everyone comes to success with every success comes with a lot of ups and downs. So thanks for connecting people with these ups and stories of these ups and downs, so that they can learn and they can plan their journey further.
Viewers, if you want to hear more such stories, follow founders of startups, understand their journey, challenges, and how did they come out of it. Do join us every day, Monday to Saturday, 4 p.m. for live on My Startup TV Founder Talk Show. Thank you, Mr. Balaji. Thank you for joining us. We hope to see you again on some of our shows.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Namaste, I'm Srilata Shankar. In a leadership talk series in collaboration with My Startup TV, my guest today is Dr. Ashish Mittal. He's the Group CHRO for Srinidhi Group of Education. Ashish, wonderful having you. Thank you so much for being my guest today.
Thank you so much, Srilata.
You joined back Srinidhi as the Group CHRO, and you also come with the corporate experience. Can you please talk to our audience about your career right from your graduation?
Oh, wow, that's interesting, Srilata. So, yes, I studied from Christ College, did my HR studies from IIM Bangalore, Masters from Southern Hampshire University. So, for the first 10 years of my life, I worked as head of public relations with the Akshay Patra Foundation, which is Asia's biggest midday meal program, feeding food to economically for 1.9 million economically challenged children every single day. So, at the right from genesis of the project, and that was very close to my heart. For the first 10 years of my life, I was volunteer service. And that's where from the Akshay Patra I moved on to Infosys. I was a unit of 2,000 employees across the unit. And I worked in the hardcore corporate sector. After that, switched over to the education sector, moved to as head of HR at Manipal International University of Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. And after that, moved to subsidiary Nagpur University with Srinidhi Education Group for a very short stint with the Flame University at Pune, and then back to Srinidhi Education Group, heading on their entities.
So, in the Infosys tenure that you worked with, what was your role? And the Philippines that you spoke about, what was the college name or university name?
Sure. At Malaysia, the name of the university was Manipal International University.
Right.
That was
Part of the Manipal Group in
Manipal
India.
Group from India, that's right. And coming down to my role at Infosys, I was the lead VP HR, business partner HR for a unit called Technology Solution Optimization. So we had about multiple DCs employees spread all over, right from Bangalore, Mangalore, Mysore, Trivandrum, Chennai, Hyderabad, Pune, Bhubaneswar, Gurgaon, and Jaipur.
So you have been totally in HR, like me.
Hardcore HR, that's right.
Right. So you have been in the corporate sector and then moved to the education sector. What made you move to the education sector?
It's a very interesting question. So, in any successful journey in the corporate stint, we talk about leadership, we focus on leadership, we focus on performance, we focus on building a strong culture. So, the lessons which I learned from the corporate world were huge. And what really struck me was that just I being a leader is not enough. The opportunity to impact a large number of lives, that's very important that you get in the education sector. That's point number one. Point number two, the opportunity to influence the young minds at a younger age before the habits get hardened. That's point number two. Again, you get an opportunity to interact with students across the globe. Point number three is today, if you've seen the article last week, there's a lot of layoffs happening. Microsoft announced layoff of 3.6% with about 6,300 employees. We had United Parcel Service, about 12,000 employees, Dell, and you name it, and it goes on. So what I understand is there's a huge mismatch between the skill set,
right,
between what is expected at the industry versus what is being churned out at the universities today.
Right.
So I thought it's a wonderful opportunity for me to integrate the real life experiences, the expectation of the industry, bridge the skill gap between the academia and the corporate. So that's the reason why I chose to be to kind of get back into the education space, because it gives me an opportunity and also to create a kind of workforce which is ready to work on the day one. Today in corporate world, we talk about first day, first hour productivity. In other words, plug in and play.
Right.
My boss said, actually, there is no time for training and everything.
Right.
Because on billable roles, we are working on thin margins, client has
Cost cutting.
client has a lot of expectations. So that's the reason where I thought that it's a wonderful opportunity for me to bring the best practices of the corporate sector into the education industry.
Sure.
But the education sector is evolving. Today, if you look at statistics, we have 1,160 universities in India. Again, it's a different ballgame altogether. The education sector versus corporate sector. So the opportunity to create an impact, to make more of a process-driven approach, I think the ground is, the opportunity is vast to create an impact over here. So that's the reason I chose to move into the education sector.
So lots of questions that you has come to my mind based on what you just said. First and foremost is I would like to use the word mold than influence. But having said that, and you also spoke about getting the students corporate ready. While a lot of institutes, colleges are doing that bit, I still think, because I also teach management, HR and management colleges, there is a lot of skill gap. They're not corporate ready. So while some of
Hello, welcome to My Startup TV. I'm MajorSunilShetty. We are live on Founder Talk Show. Today I have a very special guest who's all 19, or rather going to be turning 19. It always gives us immense pleasure to host young entrepreneurs who are building new products, new services, or even coming out with amazing ideas, thinking out of the box. I have today with me Archit Sakre, who's the founder of Open Computers, which is a company that is trying to rebuild a computer or the experience of being of a computer from the scratch. So let's dive in and check with Archit as to what Open Computer is all about. Archit, welcome to the Founder Talk Show.
How are you? Good to be here.
Archit, before we start, I know we were having a conversation before this show. You recently returned back to India and you're doing engineering, and you're still 18 and you're going to be 19 soon. Let's start by understanding, Archit, who Archit is, what have you done, leading up to your entrepreneurship.
I've always kind of been into building stuff, whether it's like from a hardware. Like I always when I was younger, I used to have like an Arduino. I used to like tinker around with that. I used to have Raspberry Pi. But then once COVID-19 hit, that was kind of like a very that's kind of where a lot of things changed, where I had like all this free time and stuff, right? And we were locked in online class and stuff, right? So that was like the opportunity that I had to like truly just like make stuff, right? So and this was kind of like just stuff I personally like one of the first things I made actually was for online exams. So like how it kind of worked was we used to have, during our online exams, we used to have like kind of this portal, right? And the thing about the portal was that you can't exit from this portal, and if you exited, it detects it tells the examiner that you've exited the portal, right? So then on a bet, what I did is I actually created an Chrome extension that was able to hack it, so I can actually open tabs and it wouldn't alert the examiner, right? So this was like something, so everything that I've kind of built was kind of from that thing, that this is something that I want to use because it's something that's a necessity for me, right? So that's kind of where that journey started, right? And I always kept working on projects within that direction, which is something in the sense that what is something that I need, right? Like, and then the next thing from that was I worked on this torrent movie player. So like if you go on a lot of these like movie players and stuff online, a big problem with those movie players is, one, there's too many ads and the user experience is very bad. So the second project I kind of worked on, it's called Flixer. So it's like a app that you can download, and it has like a really cool, like really good UX and UI, and no ads, nothing. So again, so everything that I've kind of built stems from that fact that this is something that I need, and if it always arose from that, right? Instead of like me trying to go find problems, it's just problems from my own life, and that's kind of how Open Computer started, right? It's kind of like how can we rethink computing from first principles, right? And this entire journey started during like 2020, right? It was just like everything that I've been building is something that I personally experienced, and if it's like if I've experienced it, right, as an average consumer, how many more people have experienced the same thing? So everything I've built is kind of towards that. So I've always kept building, even before like I officially had a company or anything. I always kept building stuff. I just love making stuff.
Viewers, we are here in conversation with Archer.
A young entrepreneur. He's just 18. He's returned to India very recently. He's working on his startup, which is called Open Computers. So, Archit, when you see yourself, do you think you're an innovator or an entrepreneur, or an innovator wrapped around with as an entrepreneur?
Is just like a buzzword. I think that every innovator is an entrepreneur, but not every entrepreneur is an innovator, right? Because to be an innovator, you need to truly question the paradigms that we hold, right? And you have to like really think from first principles, right? So that's why every innovator is an entrepreneur, right? But not every entrepreneur can be an innovator, because there's a certain level of thinking and depth that you have to really go into to be an innovator.
So you're doing your
Engineering here in India, you're in Bangalore, and you moved from Bay Area, the US. And what kind of mindset change or adaptation you had to do on a personal level, and also on an educational level, to be when you return back?
It's kind of like from a mindset point of view, my mindset has kind of been the same throughout, because I've kind of kept it like that. But I think one of the biggest changes was in terms of people. Right now, like really think about the Bay Area, right? That's where like most of the world's innovations literally happen in the Bay Area. Why is that? It's because there's a certain breed of people that are over there, right? And that's what's really different over there. Like all the good talent that India does have goes to the Bay Area, right? So it's kind of like there's a reason that there's a lot of innovation that's happening over there, right? So that's kind of one of the biggest differences that came in terms of that. But here's the thing, right? In terms of mindset, which is I hope that in the future and in this journey that I can hopefully inspire people to kind of think and innovate instead of thinking like, oh, I need to go outside of India in order to do this. It's like, because this is from a personal point of view, which is I'm still in India and I'm still building like really cool stuff. So it's just like the whole point of it is like you don't need to go outside in order to like really build cool stuff. But yeah, so I think right now it's kind of about inspiring and building this community over here. And it's like creating this mindset within people. If this mindset is not there, then it's worth creating this mindset, because there's a lot of talent here. All you need to do is like just make people see in this particular direction and think a particular way in order to make it happen, right?
Which is known for startup culture, and now you've returned and you're in Bangalore, which is again known for the a vibrant startup ecosystem. What are the things you're looking? What did you experience as something which are common things that you thought could have been better, or something you thought in Bangalore ecosystem, if that's the only place you've seen so far as a startup ecosystem, better than Bay Area?
So, I mean, here's the one thing that one thing is passion. I think there's a lot of passion in terms of both, even in terms of mindset, also, there's a lot of similarities. But that's where the differences come, in the sense that a lot of people here, right? I've interacted with like a lot of startups and startup founders, and most of them are very motivated by money, right? And that's kind of where the problem comes. If you're motivated by money, you'll never build a good product, right? You could possibly build a business, but you'll never build a good product, right? And the difference with people over there in the Bay Area, right? It's kind of, they're very consumer focused, right? How can we build the best possible product, right? But over here, all this entire startup ecosystem, most people, they're kind of concerned about how can I make the most money, right? And even if you really extend it to the whole ecosystem, include VCs, right? One of the major like thing that I've personally experienced is over here they have this thing of danda, right? It's putting kind of how can I get my money back as fast as possible, rather than how can I see the long-term vision, right? And that's why a lot of pioneering companies were and started, like what did happen in the US and in the Bay Area, because people know how to play the long game. Over here, people look at the short game and the short term, and that's kind of one thing that if you want to like truly create like really cool and really awesome consumer products, that's the one mindset that you need to change, which is how can I play the long game instead of the short game, and how can I get my money as fast as possible.
A startup ecosystem like Hyderabad, where we are based out of Mumbai, which is again one of the major startup ecosystem. NCR, have you been there? Have you interacted with startups and the enablers, be the HNIs, investors, or the VCs? Did you get a similar? If you did you get a similar vibes or similar kind of feel in these areas as well?
So I've been to Delhi, I've been to Chennai, like I've been to quite a few different ecosystems. But I mean, in my opinion, I think that people in Bangalore truly motivated. That's one good thing. I think because of this thing of like this whole startup culture and stuff like that, a lot of people are really going and doing their own thing. But again, it comes back to that point of people are just they're motivated in the wrong ways, you could say. Like people, if you want to ship globally, right, you have to think in a different perspective, right? You have to be completely consumer focused. You have to be, you have to think in a certain way. Now the problem is most people don't think in this way, right? They only think in terms of money, right? And this extends to no matter which anything in India, no matter which region, no matter what. There's a very few select based startups and VCs and whole ecosystems that truly like focus on this. Like one example I can give is there's this company called Sarla Aviation. I met the CEO Adrian Schmidt, and like they're also, the thing about them, right? They don't have a product yet, right? But they have this whole vision of creating air taxi and stuff like that. And there are people who, and they have gotten like a good amount of investment from people like Nikhil Kamath and stuff. So don't get me wrong, there are people who are genuinely like creating visionary products and stuff, but the number of them is small, right? Because because most people they don't think in that line of thought, right? So yeah.
When was the last time you met or interacted with Sarla Aviation? We had the opportunity to meet them at Startup Mahakumbh in Delhi. And we did see their prototype. In fact, we did a story. So they do have a product. They do have a prototype right now. It's not flying, but then they have a prototype which kind of at least showcases what their vision is all about. I was quite amazed at the way the design, the thought behind the design went into. It kind of reminded me of the way Apple kind of thinks of its design, right, when they build their products. So. When you're talking about, I think I agree with you on many of the things about that. Probably one of the things that's a challenge for our startup ecosystem is where dhanda is the first thing. Long term or building a product or a service is kind of, especially from the investor standpoint, right? I have come across as my startup TV, in the last 6 years, we have come across founders thinking out of the box, but they don't necessarily get funded because their vision don't match, or their immediate or long-term goals don't match with the immediate goals of the investor community. So I think that point is definitely taken. Viewers, we are in conversation with Archit, who's the founder of Open Computers. He's returned from Bay Area, US, to Bangalore, where he's pursuing engineering degree and also has found a company. He's been an innovator from very early on. And he's just shared about his insights into what he thinks about the startup ecosystem in India. So Archit, let's talk about Open Computer. If you can help our audience understand, our viewers understand what Open Computer is all about. What exactly do you do?
So Open Computer is we are rethinking how we interact with our devices from a perspective of first principles, right? So we're creating a completely new paradigm in terms of interaction, right? In the age of intelligence, right? We have all these new AI models and stuff that are coming, and the devices that we have right now, they do not scale based on the new technology that's coming, right? So we're trying to rethink the way we compute and we interact with our devices, so we can create a seamless integration between these technologies like AI, right, and humans.
So, does it mean to say that?
We're, building everything from scratch, both the software part of it and the hardware.
The long-term play obviously is to have our own devices, but right now we're kind of working on integrating these new devices, these new wearables into our existing technology. And but yeah, the long game is obviously to create our own devices. But yeah.
How do you come around with that? I ask this because there are our key audience comes from, or viewers, they come between the age of 16 to 28, so most of them would be the chunk of our audience in that age group. So many of them would be your age group probably watching this. So somebody like you who's trying to build something from the scratch, you're also an innovator, an entrepreneur wrapped into that, and you come from a completely different environment, you're working in a new environment. What challenges did you face, if you can help them understand, and how did you overcome this challenge?
There's two things in that. One, first, which I already talked about, is in terms of like funding and stuff like that. When you're truly trying to build a system, right, instead of like when you're truly envision a whole system, right? People obviously they'll be like, okay, they really see only the short term. Like, and this is like really, especially to investors and stuff, they really only see the short, like within 1 year, right? What do you think your ARR is going to be, right? They never see in the span of 5 years what do you envision, right? They only see like within 1 to 2 years what is your ARR, right? So they really think in terms of this, right? And this is really different if you go outside, things like Y Combinator, all these other VC firms and stuff, right? They have a completely different thinking. Even things like Sequoia Capital, right? When they invest in companies, they like play in the long run, right? Like, how can this within a few years, right? What is the vision of this company? Here it's a completely different thing, right? So you need to find an investor and a VC that shares the similar mindset, or you have to convince them of you they should invest in this long-term game, right? So that's kind of the two solutions, right? And it's, again, there's no like one solution from this. You have to keep trying, because it comes back to the fact that you should never fold around, you should never adapt around someone. You should find people who match the vision that you're going towards, right? And then the second part of that is obviously talent. One of the things about India is like we can build stuff like people are very smart at building things, but now we have these tools and stuff that are there, right, that can build things for us, right? The next thing to do is now we need to like train ourselves to think in what it is that we need to build, right? I mean, name, like, if you really think about it, right, I don't think anyone can name one consumer product that India has shipped to the world, right? It's always other countries that are shipping to us, right? Now this is for a reason, right? We've always been so focused on how to build things, right? But we don't focus on what it is that we need to build, right? So that's one of the main thing, and the people are also like that, right? Even if I've interacted with people who are in IIT and stuff like that, and this mindset is shared across most people I interact with. There are people who actually do genuinely like are like this, right? But yeah, there's always two sides of a coin. Yeah, again, we need to train people in order to kind of shift this mindset that they have.
I think
If you have used Google Pay, Phone Pay, since you have come into India, since your arrival a few months back, you would have realized that what Google Pay and Phone Pay are doing is basically a seamless transaction, where majority of at least the urban Indians are no more carrying cash in their pockets. So UPI is definitely a very recent service which we came up with, and we have rolled it out, or rather rolling it out across the globe. So I think I see the point. First thing is that you're very new into the system, so probably some things you would not have, you would have missed out on. But then also I take the point that UPI is probably one of things that we have done. But then that does not mean there are not people out there like you, young entrepreneurs, innovators, who are not thinking out of the box. and as rightly brought up by you, they are not yet able to find, matching, investors or enablers who are ready to work with them, match with their vision, or at least be, sink in with their vision. So that is where the problem is, because in 6 years I have come as my certainty, we have come across, at least, few hundred young entrepreneurs, innovators coming, thinking of new things, but finding people who can invest in their dreams or look at their vision 5 years, as you say, 5 years ahead, is a challenge. So, Ashit, what you are currently Open Computer is a singles founder company. Are you in the process now? This I ask because, as I told you, a bulk of our audience is in the age group of 16 to 24. Are you looking for co-founders? And if yes, what is that you're looking in them?
So, I mean, right now, the reason I'm single founder, one is because, I mean, if you really like look in terms of all these new things that are coming up, AI agents and stuff like that, like internally, we literally have like a whole agent framework that automates a lot of stuff for us. So the need for a co-founder right now is not there. But with that being said, in the future, I'm talking to people about co-foundership and stuff. And one thing I do look for is people who kind of, again, who are ready to like really think in the long game, right? Like screw ARR and stuff like that. Like, don't think about how can we get our money back in 1 to 2 years, right? Be like, is the investment and the time that we're putting in right now going to scale in 5 years, right? That is where, that's where we're headed, right? I always say this one thing, which is, if you're building a product, right? If you build for today's time, it will go redundant within a few months if a new competitor comes, right? But if you build for the future within 5 years time, right, when that time does come, you'll be the hot new player within that industry, right? So it's always about playing the long run, right? Don't play, the current time. Don't be like, we need to launch a product within this current, because the entire AI market, and it keeps changing. It's a very like it's very, it's
It's dynamic. Yeah.
dynamic. Every day there's literally a bunch of AI startups that are coming, right? So now the thing is, if you like want to start a product based company or even a service based company, right? Think within 5 to 10 years, right? What is the necessity that's going to be with technology evolving and stuff, right? You have to play that long game. If or else you will be redundant within, within a few months, there'll be another company that copies the same product and maybe has a better go to market strategy and just make it redundant from the market.
Or what's your vision with open computers in coming time, in 3 to 5 years time? Where do you want to be? I mean, what is that you want to be doing? As you said, you're in this for long game. You're a marathon runner. You're not looking at building one product, getting it off the shelf, getting off the lab and selling it. What you're looking for long term. So what's your vision for, in 3 to 5 years? Where do you see where do you want your startup to be? Doing what?
It comes back to like what we really, our whole vision, which is we want to rethink the way we interact with our devices, right? And we're kind of right now, and our vision that is creating a companion, right? This companion layer that kind of it's like it builds a relationship with a human. There's a bunch of movies also, like there's a movie like Her. It's a really amazing movie, but it captures how computers evolved, right? Like, you really look in the past few decades, right? Computers have been a mode, right? It's how we've been able to connect with people. It's how we've been able to connect with tools. Like, if you like really look at it from an outside point of view, like really zoom out, right? Most of the tools that we use in a way is to connect with each other, right? If you look at PowerPoint, right? Like, when we make presentations and stuff, right? It's a way of connecting with each other by a sharing of ideas, right? A PowerPoint is just a way of sharing this, right? Part of the tools that we use, right? It's always to connect with people, right? So our vision for Open Computer is kind of creating these companions, right? That we have relationships with, right? And they can also be like kind of have the ability to orchestrate, right? So they have the ability, so they can connect with all my tools and all this, and they can connect with other companions for other people and connect this way, right? And we're really envisioning a system like that, right? We literally have personal relationships with our devices instead of them being just a tool. This is one quote that Steve Jobs said, right? We make the tools that shape us, right? So when we're like really re-envisioning this, right, we need to think in a way that's like, when we create this tool, right, how will this propel us? How it's like we need to create the tool in such a way that it's able to propel us, it's able to make us more efficient.
Arshit Sakre, who's the founder of Open Computers. He's a young innovator, an entrepreneur who's looking at long-term vision, where he's building on, the way building on computers or system devices which are going to be futuristic. For somebody like you who's 18, there has to be some kind of inspiration, right? Who is motivating you, or you're looking at as a role model and working and helping you work towards or stick to your goals. Is there anybody that you look up to and say that's what I want to be, or this is what is inspiring me?
My dad is someone who I truly inspire from. My dad, like, he's worked in hardware, he's worked in software and stuff, but in terms of like his personal philosophies and the way he like works and stuff, that's like truly something I find inspirational. Kind of like my North Star. That's the direct, like, he motivates me to kind of push myself. But in terms of another motivator one is like Steve Jobs, the way he was able to like truly re-envision a whole segment. That's like something I truly draw inspiration from. But yeah, these are like in my heart, like, these are like my North Stars, like truly just guiding me towards the direction.
Well, we wish you all the best, and we want you to be this.
Steve Jobs of India. Without naming the college or the institution you're with, would you be able to share your experience at the college from perspective of somebody who studied in the US, and when you come here culturally, especially as an entrepreneur, what differences did you find?
It's a very project-based college, which is like really good. So it's like, it's not traditional college. Like, we don't have like our coursework is actually really less. Like, we have a very project-based approach. So it's like truly just like so that's the main reason I chose it over here, was because it was like very project-based. They kind of like, again, I just like really like building stuff and applying stuff. Like, I think that now, in terms of like institutes and education as a whole, they should be focused on teaching people how to learn things instead of, like, I think that's one of the biggest and most important skills, which is how to learn. Most people don't know how to learn. Like, if you like just see like people in like most institutes, they just mug up stuff like the day before the exam or something, and they'll come and they'll write it. That's not a way. That's not how you learn. So I think like one of the most important skills to teach students, whether it's college, like even like high school, middle school level, is just like the process of learning. Because like, if you learn how to learn, like, that's kind of what I do. Like if I want to pivot somewhere the next moment, right, I know the skill of knowing how to learn, right? So adapting to a new segment, this thing won't be hard, right? So that's like, and every startup founder should have this ability. Instead of having a specialization, this age, being a generalist, especially as a founder, is one of the most important things. You should have a generalized understanding of everything, right? Even in biology, like I personally, like, sometimes I just like read articles and new stuff that comes within neuroscience, right? I mean, I'm what I'm building is nowhere within that, right? But everything is connected to each other in a way, right? So so learning how to learn is like a really important skill within that, right? So having this generalized understanding of us and things helps as a startup founder more than anything, rather than being a specialist.
Definitely, I agree with you that
Having a wide experience and knowledge helps. You never know when you would connect the dot. So, as a young entrepreneur, as a young innovator, what's your message to other young innovators who might be watching this show?
One thing that I'll just put out there is just like, just think outside of the box. Like, don't just like just there's no such thing as a very big idea. Like, you want to create a new Boeing or new, like, like, just do it, right? There's what's stopping you? Like, what's gonna happen? Like, if you fail, like, you fail, right? Like, what's the big deal in that, right? There's this thing of failure, right? Like, in my journey alone, I've like failed many times. There's been things that I've put a lot of work and energy into, I haven't worked out, and it's just this thing of resilience and having this thing. Okay, it's happened, and learning from these things and pushing yourself. Right, most like startup founders I've met, right, they work on an idea for a few months, and then some roadblock comes and they're like, okay, leave this idea, and then they just go back to their lives, right? If you truly want to build something like game changing, you have to like believe in it, you have to like put your energy into it, and even if it doesn't work, so what, right? You just need to, it's that learning that's really important, right? And that's like that one message that I want to put out there, that even if you failure is a good thing. Like the more you fail, the better, because you know what's working and what's not working. In my journey, like I've done startups before that just haven't like they just haven't like gone and scaled or anything, right? But it brought me to this point. Even if this doesn't go how I want it to, right? It's the lessons that I'll take and I'll just keep on working at work. I think it's a feedback loop. You just have to learn to take these lessons and just better yourself and push yourself.
Archit, we as My Startup TV, we are an exclusive media house dedicated to entrepreneurship, startups and founders like you. We do a dedicated show called Young Innovators, and we've been there doing this for about 5 years now, over 5 years. We try to provide 360-degree visibility to entrepreneurs, startups, startup ecosystem by covering their events, live events across India. I'm not sure if you've ever come across any such platform like ours. What do you think? What's your opinion about the kind of work we are doing?
Right now, how we should make our ecosystem is that we're kind of pushing each other. Like I myself, like I promote a lot of other entrepreneurs, because in this ecosystem, right, there's a lot of people, but it should be our responsibility to like just push people and to truly like again, as you said, like giving visibility and stuff. If that helps entrepreneur, then that's a really good thing. So that's like really important, because a lot of people, I think one thing that they need because building a startup, right, it's a very tedious process, it's a very long process, it's a very lonely process, right? So I think this of like pushing each other is like really strong, but it's a bigger message. Just giving visibility is like really, really powerful, especially like if you're like a small company. Even a little visibility can do like a lot of good. It can get you like market validation, a lot of other things. That's like really powerful. In terms like if you're building a consumer product, like visibility is like one of the like most important things that a company can have.
Viewers, we are in conversation with
Archit Sakre, who's the founder of Open Computers. He's a young entrepreneur who is sharing his experience, his insights, his thoughts into what he thinks about his journey, his experiences that he's recently returned to India. How does he compare, or how does he see Indian startup ecosystem? And he also shared some of the thoughts he had with other fellow entrepreneurs. So with that, we are switching off for today. Archit, thank you for joining us, and we hope to see you again. See you again on some of our shows. If you want to, if you want to see such interesting conversations, if you want to follow us, check us out on My Startup TV, on our social media. Follow our social media. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, welcome to My Startup TV. I'm MajorSunilShetty. I'm back with another episode of Founder Talk Show. OTT has been the buzz, in the entertainment segment. When you look at entertainment, it is giving run for money to even the big screen, the silver screen as they call it. But then, at some point of time, OTT was only limited to the people, people who had money or had approach. I mean, can you reach out to Amazon? Can you reach out to Amazon Prime? You can't. So, what's the solution for small time or small filmmakers or documentary makers or people with content? The other challenge is platforms like YouTube. They require you to reach certain subscriber base before you can monetize it. But how do you get around this? Well, the solution is in having your own OTT platform, having your own channel. Well, that's what we're going to discuss today, as to how you can, as a content creator, have your own white label OTT platform, and who are the players who are helping you do it. To talk to me on this and throw some lights on this is Ankita Sai Kia, who's also the founder, or who's a serial entrepreneur, and she's the founder of Skara. Ankita, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks so much for having me here. And it's a pleasure to be here.
Same here.
So, Ankita, before we get into understanding what Skara is all about, which is a plug and play, no code OTT platform, for the benefit of aspiring entrepreneurs out there, we would like to bring out your entrepreneurial journey. You're a serial entrepreneur. Even as we speak, you have got multiple startups that you're working with or businesses that you're working on. So let's start by understanding Ankita as a serial entrepreneur. What got you into entrepreneurship? Why didn't you decide to be a 9 to 5 kind of a person?
I have been an entrepreneur for 2 decades now, and I have been part of the founding team of businesses in education, exhibition, and design. Why did I become an entrepreneur? I actually have authority problems. So I like to do my own thing. I'm also a third generation entrepreneur. So I would say that entrepreneurship is in my blood.
So once it is in your blood, you will be drawn towards that, isn't it? Now, tell us about, when you got into entrepreneur, even for, serial entrepreneurs, even for people who are, third generation, fourth generation entrepreneurs with family in business. It's not as if you just walk into it and do it. I mean, we see this in every profession, right? Whether it is armed forces, whether it is cinema industry. We know a lot of people with the silver spoon failed, bombed at the box office. So it's not easy. Yes, you may get that little advantage to start off with, but eventually you have to make your own path. You have to do everything on your own. So let's talk about that part. Your own journey from once you decided to get into entrepreneurship, and how did that go about?
So entrepreneurship, as every entrepreneur would tell you, is a lonely journey. And there is no fixed paycheck coming to you at the end of the month. It's a journey full of uncertainties, a lot of naysayers at times if you're doing something new. And it's tough, especially if you, as an entrepreneur, you don't always have access to capital. And you make a lot of mistakes head on at the start of your journey, which also, I would say teething problems, but also cost you money and at times time as well. So, and juggling that with, as a woman, many other responsibilities that come into you is a tough thing. But I think resilience is a key factor, and support is another key factor. These days, in the past 20 years, there is a lot more access for entrepreneurs to capital, to mentorship, and so many resources led by different institutions of excellence, a lot of incubation programs, which help a lot, I think.
So, one is, as you said, as we discussed that
being an entrepreneur from a family of business may not be, it's definitely not given, like you will succeed. But it does come with some advantages. So what would you say, you benefited with being in a family that was into business?
I didn't benefit all that much because I come from a family of hoteliers, so traditional business people. So when I came back to Assam and started my entrepreneurial journey with exhibitions, education consulting, these at that time were not regular businesses, and people told me that you were never going to earn money. These are not kind of businesses where you open your shop and money starts flowing in. They require a high gestation time. But it took a lot of 2-3 tough years before we begin to see success. But see, every entrepreneur's journey starts with struggles, I think, and doing businesses where people told me that I will never make money probably helped me know myself better, or I would say, bring cultivate resilience into me, and I'm still doing it. A lot of people still tell me that building Skara from a tier 2 city is never going to work. So that's still on. My co-founder and I started my co-founder is Parag, and we started a design company in 2017, where we were doing a very boutique design agency and servicing clients all around the world. Again, there were a lot of naysayers in that, so I'm used to it. I think if people say it won't work, it might just work.
It doesn't work or it will not work, but then you keep doing it. Now, one is challenges outside. The other is to go against the grain of what family is doing. Like you come from a hotelier's background. How was that? How did you negotiate that, or how did you navigate the challenge at home? Probably they would have said, hey, if you want to do business, why not join the family business? We already built it over over 2 generations, so why not? So what were the challenges there, and how did you navigate that challenge?
So I was actually pretty lucky that way, because my family is a pretty do your own thing kind of one. I mean, they're pretty liberal, and they allowed us to study what they want, and our parents allowed us to do what they want. So yes, that was the easy thing, join the family business. But you also need to have some fire in your belly to do what you want to do. If there's a certain direction that you want your business to go, or there's a particular business that you want to do, a particular idea that you want to turn into profit, so to speak, you have to believe in that vision and you have to work towards it. Nothing is easy. I mean, so yes, there was no force from my family to do that or go the traditional way, and they were quite worried about me. I think initially first 2 years, how am I going to manage? But they're proud of us. They're proud of what I've achieved.
Conversation with Ankita Saikia, and she's the founder of Skara, which is a plug and play OTT platform. So Ankita, that is one part, your own journey. And then, as you said, from a small town, how did that work? I mean, how does that work? What was the decision making that you decided not to go to the big cities like NCR, Bangalore, which is what draws, Hyderabad, because everybody talks about these places to be the place. Like once upon a time, if you had to become an actor, actress, you had to go to Mumbai, right? Today, to be a successful entrepreneur, you want to be either in Mumbai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, or in the NCR region. So what was that thing that told you, no, I'm going to be in here in my town and I'm going to do it from here?
Somebody who's trying to bring a OTT product or OTT platform out in the world, it helps immensely to be where your customers are, at least the initial early adopters are, which are in Tier 1 cities. But we already started our business from Guwahati, and we were already, deeply entrenched in the business community here. And I think things first fell into place. I mean, there are usual challenges of small towns, challenges of human capital, challenges of mentorship, even challenges for sure of getting funding. So, a lot of, I would say, Northeast ecosystem supports more traditional kind of businesses, and it was difficult initially to be somebody who's doing something totally different. And I think that's a challenge even in India. Forget the Northeastern ecosystem, where it is. Access to capital and access to human talent is a countrywide challenge, particularly more so when you are from a Tier 2 city. We were building Skara completely out of the ecosystem, and it just came into place. I'm very proud to say that I work with a bunch of very smart and talented developers, designers, engineers, and who also share the vision of Skara. I think Skara, or any company as such, has to be about us more than about me, but everybody in the team has to share the same vision and the same zeal to make it successful. I think that's what that's what makes products successful, and that's what keeps successful teams motivated. Uh, so um, so we started the journey from Guwahati, and as we go in our customer acquisition journey, probably we'll have to be more present elsewhere. But for now, we are here. But also, I would like to say that uh, small towns also offer their own USPs, easier to connect to people. And more often than not, I can easily say that the startup ecosystem has helped me. They have tried their best to give me the help and access that I could want, which probably I would be very anonymous in a big startup ecosystem.
Nagaland and Sikkim, and the access to the who's who in the in the political hierarchy of the government becomes much easier if you're in a small town. And then it does come with with the downsides of, as you said, the capital and human resource, all of that. But then I think it's all, as an entrepreneur, you take a call based on what makes best sense for you. So you're also a serial entrepreneur, and this is your fourth venture, if I'm correct. So how did that journey help you, from one to another, and then the fourth one? And also, how do you manage time, juggling four different businesses?
All our businesses were born out of pain points. We started an exhibitions business in Northeast more than 20 years ago, because we found that there is no platform which connects institutions of excellence to the student and parent community. There was none. We started in education consulting business because there was, again, a lack of a platform which connected universities directly to students and giving clear, unvarnished information, because those days Northeast was full of a lot of middlemen which were congesting the market, so to speak. Then since all our ventures required a lot of design work, Parag, my co-founder, and I met, and we kind of thought, hey, this is something we should do together, and because both of us were interested in design. So we started a design company called Right Hemisphere, and we are kind of a boutique UI UX design company which services a lot of players outside. So, and Skara was born out of this partnership between Parag and me, and we witnessed firsthand the struggles faced by some of our families and friends in scaling up, so to speak, fighting with the algorithms, trying to make content go viral. This is not easy for people. This is not easy for people who are, already doing so many other things. So, and we looked around and saw what else was out there. What are other solutions providing? We saw a lot of market gaps. We thought that we could fulfill with Skara. So as to your question about, how am I managing all of them? So I feel that all our businesses, as I said before, cannot be about me. It has to be about everybody. It has to be everybody's company. The idea is for every team to be a mini stakeholder in each business and empower them and teach them to, work freely, take decisions, and also feel that it's ours rather than it's mine. I think that is an important thing. And rest about, of course, there's professional growth and personal growth comes with being a mini stakeholder in your business. That's what I would say. Also, I believe that as an entrepreneur, if you're too focused on the minutiae of your business, you can never leave it to do other things because you're too embroiled in the minutiae of your business. So hire good people, smart people, and give them some power so that you have some time left over to focus on any other interesting business idea that may come to you.
have time for your personal life, isn't it? You're a trekking person. You also, do artwork. So could you talk about that part, that the artistic side of Ankita?
I probably recognize good design, but I am not a designer. So I would say I'm a connoisseur of art, but I can't paint. But beyond that, you were talking about trekking and all. Yeah, well, Himalayas has been my passion for the past 27 years. And it's an annual pilgrimage I take where I switch off from the world. And this is my time with nature. It has taught me a lot of things. Now, mountains have taught me a lot of things about how unimportant we really are and how the things bigger than us.
Some part of my life during my army service in the northeast and closer to the mountains, I understand what he's saying. So viewers, we are in conversation with Ankita, who's the founder of Skara, a plug and play OTT platform. If you want to have your own OTT channel, Skara is the place to go to. Have your own OTT, launch it, and start get the world, let the world know what you're producing or your content. So Ankita, now coming to Skara, you said it was a pain point. Every time you launched a venture, it was based on pain point, and that is how Skara started. But then OTT is dominated by a couple of major brands. How do you go up against them?
So there are two things if you ask me what is Skara, there are only two words that come to my mind: democracy and control. So for anybody, an individual content creator, as a small and medium business organization. So if they want to start their own OTT from scratch, there's a huge monetary investment that's required. It can scale up from anything from as high as a minimum budget of 30 lakhs. There are a lot of other costs for the tech dependencies of such an application, and also time taken. So we want to remove all these barriers. So we launched Skara, which allows anyone to simply create an account and launch a video streaming website or an app. It can happen for as short time as 3 minutes. And it's entirely democratic. If you want to do it, you can. The price is not a barrier.
And
how do you control the content, because you never know who's publishing the kind of content you don't want to be out there for the public. How do you manage that part, or how do you scrutinize the content that's going on the platform?
We are compliant with the IT rules of 2020, and so we don't edit the content. The content belongs to the owner. The content belongs to the user. We don't edit it, we don't censor it, we don't strike it out. So, but unless there is a particular government demand to bring down the content freedom belongs to the user itself.
No, what I meant by that was
I'm not talking about censorship here, because there are a lot of content that should not go on public space, right? There also have been hue and cry against Amazon of the world when the content is not in sync with what the society believes in. So how do you keep track of that? Or is it the content creator is liable for whatever content they put? They're going to put it on their platform.
Skara provides the content infrastructure, MajorSunilShetty. So we are the tech partners. We provide the entire infrastructure. We provide the automation for them. The content essentially belongs to them. But going to the next part of your question, see, anybody who's using Skara is essentially operating on a closed loop, so to speak. Only their subscribers will have access to Skara. So if somebody is putting up comedy or news or media, which probably attracts only certain elements of society or certain niche of subscribers, so only they are subscribing to that channel. Only they can view that channel, not anyone else. So it's not entirely in the public domain where anybody can get the content that the content creator or the business is creating.
And you, as you said,
It's a plug and play, no code platform. So can a user or a company that wants to have their own platform restructure the design, make the look and feel? Can they be different to another channel out there?
Currently, Scala, we have different design themes that they can use based on what are the logo colors, etc. They can put the logos up, and it is completely branded to their demands. I mean, that's what Scala is all about. We focus a lot on branding control. So, for example, it could be a video channel as per their name. It's connected to their domain. So it's completely theirs. We are like Gmail. You don't notice us.
and
If you could talk about the pricing for the benefit of viewers and probably people who want to have their own OTT platform, how does the pricing work? Is it a subscription based model? Every month you pay? Because what I understand is there is probably a setup fee, or in some cases no setup fee, and a fixed fee or a variable fee. How does that work?
Okay, so we are a subscription-based service. We operate on a monthly subscription. So we have a fixed platform fee and a variable subscription fee. Our main goal when we started Scala, as I said, was democratizing video streaming for everybody. So we wanted to also serve underserved markets, regional markets. So it was important for us to give people the option of starting something at lower investment where they can scale up as their business grows. Something like Scala, the lowest tier could be as cheap as a platform fee of 2,500 rupees with a variable fee of say 95 rupees. It'll just scale as they grow, and we can do a custom pricing also for them. Two things about Scala is that we offer our users predictability in cost and in revenues. So we charge a flat subscription fee. We don't take a percentage of your revenues. So, and the cost is the only one transparent cost. We are bundle pricing for encoding, storage, and bandwidth. So it's one price. So there are no hidden charges. You don't get a shock when the bill comes. You know exactly what it's going to be. I think that was an important thing. An entrepreneur myself, I thought predictability of cost and pricing is an important element that Scala needs to offer, and we offered that.
I'm also assuming that
the security is taken care of with backed by the right kind of infrastructure, right?
No two people can access Scala from two different devices. You can't download videos, and as we grow, as our user bases grow, we can deal into more complexity of security. But as of now, we have a pretty robust system in place.
Create a content. The other is to put it on a platform like yours, like Scala. The last but not the least, and a very critical component is how do you grow your viewership? How do you grow how do you market it? Do you provide any support to your clients when it comes to marketing or growth?
We have just started in our public launch. We are simply operating as a technical infrastructure. So we are actually relevant for people who are already monetizing their videos, who already have a subscription base, and they are already earning money from the video. So Scala is a way to bring their loyal audiences to their own branded streaming channel. So as of now, this is the service that we offer. But as we grow and as our people demand, we might offer more in future. It's early to say truthfully, but we don't. Why not? Maybe.
So Ankita, as a message to entrepreneurs out there aspiring, a lot of our viewers are aspiring entrepreneurs in the age group of 18 to 24 that form the bulk of our viewer base or subscriber base. What message would you give it to them? If they are still on the fence thinking to get into entrepreneurship, or people who have already taken a jump and they're in their first 2 years of, because that's the most difficult part, isn't it? When you start, it looks great, and then after the first year you start realizing the reality hits you. So what's your message for them?
See, I think if you're still working 9 to 5 and you always wish that you would do something, or you always wish to create your own business in a particular stream, don't wait too long. It's not going to get easier later. So if you want to build on your dreams, go ahead and take the jump, but be prepared. The jump will bring its own challenges, uncertainty, self-doubt, problems of money, constantly juggling bottom lines, uh, dealing with many other issues of people and all, resources. These are given. This is for everybody, right? But there are rewards too once you jump through the tough 2 3 years. um, Also, be I would say be clear in your vision, but at times vision is also not clear. So go with it. Maybe in time you might need to make changes and not be too attached to your first vision, because it is the market that will decide who you are at times. But absolutely, if there's something you want to do it, especially if you're 18 to 24. No time like the present. Less encumbrances, more freedom. And young people are pretty self-confident these days, very resilient, I would say. They have this I can do it attitude. It's a great starting point for an entrepreneur.
So Ankita, we as a My Startup TV, we are a exclusive media house for startups and entrepreneurs. We are in our 6th year, and our platform is basically was created for entrepreneurs like you, where they can showcase their work, talk extensively about their journey, and bring enablers onto the platform, because we live broadcast all the events, startup events. What are your thoughts about the kind of work we are doing?
Startups like yours, media startups are like yours are very important, because it's important for, we are such a populous country. Every as we speak now, there are probably hundreds of entrepreneurs who are making the jump, so to speak. It's important for their stories to be heard. It's important for people to know what different things are happening across the country. It's inspiring. It gives people ideas, and it gives people a platform to even share and discuss what they're doing. So putting limelight on entrepreneurs doing different things from different parts of the country, and a means to tell their stories, is an important connect between the ecosystem and the entrepreneur.
Thank you for that.
Ankita,
Ankita.
viewers, we are in
we are in
conversation with Ankita Saikia, who's the founder of Skara, a plug and play OTT platform. If you want to launch your own OTT platform, Skara is the place to be. Thank you for joining, and we hope you join us again. We do live broadcast of Founder Talk Show Monday to Saturday, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Ankita, thank you very much for being on our show, and we hope to see you again on some of our panel discussions.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, welcome to My Startup TV. I'm MajorSunilShetty. We've been hearing about AI in pretty much every field of life. In every sector, every segment, every industry is now either talking about AI or in the process of integrating AI. Now, the same thing is happening with video production. Today, I have with me on Founder Talk Show live with me Akshay Jain, who is the founder of Studio VT, a startup that is integrating AI or using AI to make video production easier. So let us understand what Studio VT does and what Akshay's journey has been as a founder. Akshay, welcome to Founder Talk Show.
Yeah, thanks, Sunil, for welcoming me and introducing me on your show. And yeah, it would be a great pleasure to tell me about my journey of my entrepreneurship and how we started and how we began our journey. So while I was at IIT Roorkee, I have this cinematic section, okay, where we used to create short stories and some songs and all, and that's where that artistic look comes into my play. Okay, so amid COVID-19, there is a boom of the video conferencing happened, Zoom and all that. People got locked out and all. And then we found out that, there is one more important asset that people are not focusing on, and that is how video quality can be improved, how the way we tell the story can be improved. Okay, so at that point of time, since I've been having a great IT experience, I've been also studied AI course Stanford University. So then I realized that there is something that can be done and that can completely revamped. Okay, but the story didn't stop there. Okay, with the advent of AI, with the advent of we see Ghibli image to video and all, we conceptualized that we wanted to make a film using AI. Okay, completely making a film using AI is something that we have a vision and believe on it, and currently we are working on it, and we have around 80 to 90% of the process we have automate in this section. So I'll tell you about a bit more, but yeah, that's a small journey about it.
Well, actually, you know what? When you talk about AI and film production, you caught my attention. मतलब मैं अभी मैं चाहता हूँ कि उस शो से बाहर निकलूं और आपसे बात करूं कि क्या कर रहे हो और किस तरह से हम आपके साथ में वर्क कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि एज अ प्रोडक्शन कंपनी, एज अ टीवी कंपनी, we are also integrating a lot of technology, new technology, especially AI, into our processes. So हाँ, वो एक रहता है कि भाई टेक्नोलॉजी को देखो किस तरह से हम उसको इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं इन आवर डे टू डे वर्क. So, somebody, who's in IIT, and generally होता ये है कि the moment you talk about IIT, people are, look chasing, those big packages, big salaries, going abroad. What made you choose, entrepreneurship and that to getting into the production side of it?
It's not like I get into it. Okay, it's something that problem identification is one aspect that get my attention. Okay, so I like stories. Okay, and in the IT, there's one famous tool like Jira. Okay, so when I have one plot of the movie in my mind, I wanted to architect that story. Okay, so in a research and identification of tools and software, how can I start the journey, how can I do screenwriting, how can I how things will create a big massive movie, okay, blockbuster movie that we see of around Bahubali and making 2000 plus crores and all. I have this idea that how can I tell my story to the masses. Okay, so in a process of identifying, I got to learn about that this whole industry is unorganized. Okay, there are a small tool for a small work. People are still dependent on Microsoft Excels, on pen and paper. Okay, so that's where when I talk to lot many people, I heard their pain and all, and then I realized ki let's why not to put my passion into making something creative software. So that's how I formulate a small team, and now we have been working on building that next level things.
So that's interesting that you found a pain point and you start working on it. But then
Yeah.
we also, through this program, what we try to do is for the benefit of our viewers, especially student entrepreneurs, aspiring entrepreneurs, and early stage entrepreneurs, we want to take the lessons of of entrepreneurs like you and share it with them so they can that can help them in their journey. So मैं जानना चाहूंगा, one of the major things that we time and again hear in our conversation with founders in India
especially is parents pressure, right? कि parents कहते हैं job ले लो, right? And
हाँ
आपके लिए
हाँ
especially getting into IIT was not easy. You got in, and I'm sure
या
there must have been pressure from your parents, right? कि अब आप IIT में चले गए हो तो get a good job in a MNC company or go abroad. So was there pressure like that on you? कि instead
so
of doing entrepreneurship, get into,
I
and
I
how did you
didn't.
overcome?
Yeah, sure, sure. Thanks. It's a very great question. Parents have an anxiety, okay, and for that reason, because that market and putting that much effort into getting into IIT, and then not having getting a job is a kind of pressure that many of the people have. Okay, I did a different approach. Okay, so first and foremost, I started working. Okay, I worked in dance to Paytm, okay, in the space, and I understand how a scalable solution build on top of it. Okay, while I am working with Paytm and dance to, I have this craving of doing something that grabs the attention of the big masses, and that's where on a parallel line of doing the more hustle, working on weekend on the side project, we started as a a small project. What you won't believe, most of the users, around 50-60% of the user from USA, Europe, and India, they start reaching out, and that grabs our attention. Okay, our proof of concept is working. लोग हमें बहुत पसंद कर रहे हैं, उन्हें चाहिए कि हाँ एक ऐसा सॉफ्टवेयर बने जो उनका काम, सिर दर्द और बहुत सारी चीजें कम कर दे. Okay, so that's where we scaled to around 10,000 users. So हमने realize किया कि हाँ, now is the time. We also start getting attention from big companies. Also, in fact, IIM Kasipur है, उनने हम लोग को back किया. Okay, so lots of many things start getting from the second phase of it. That's where we started completely doing full time. Okay, so that's like side hustling, proof of concept, and then getting into the road is the my approach. Everyone have a different approach of doing the entrepreneurship, and I won't say कि ये वाली अप्रोच गलत है या ये वाली सही है. जो वर्कआउट करे, जो आपको प्रॉब्लम समझ में आ रही है, एंड द इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग कि वो प्रॉब्लम बहुत सारे लोगों की सॉल्व हो रही हो आपके उस it should be scalable, it have a big SAM zone. So अगर वो सब चीजें हैं तो I would say कि हाँ, that's less risky approach, I would say.
What you said is right, कि अगर अगर risk कम है और scalable है, and you see there's a genuine pain point, so as an entrepreneur it makes sense, as a entrepreneur, yeah, student entrepreneur, aspiring entrepreneur, it makes sense to jump in. Now when you see, one is to get in, right? दूसरा होता है कि जैसे
Yeah.
अगर आप स्टूडेंट हो वो टाइम में, at that point how do you manage, what are the challenges as a student to balance between being a student where you have a very tight schedule, exams, projects, assignments, internship, and doing entrepreneurship along with it. How do you balance that? If you could share your experience for the benefit of other students out there who want to be entrepreneurs.
या सो मैं आपको पहले एक चीज बोलना चाहूंगा कि हमें एज ए इनोवेशन करना पड़ेगा, हमें क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट बनाना पड़ेगा. ठीक है, हमारा विजन बड़ा होना चाहिए. सो गेटिंग डायरेक्टली इनटू द फील्ड is the burning of your effort, is a burning of your money, and there are many things. Okay, तो मेरा मानना ये है कि rather than doing it, find a mentor who have an experience. Okay, they want people who can help them, okay, with their full enthusiasm. Okay, full productivity, एंड दैट्स वेयर आपको उनसे बहुत कुछ चीजें सीखने मिल जाती है. ठीक है, आपको एक करंट सिस्टम पता चल जाता है कि अभी जो क्वालिटी लेवल है, अभी जो कस्टमर की नीड है वो यहाँ तक है. ठीक है, जब तक वो डेल्टा ज्यादा डिफरेंशिएशन नहीं कर रहे हैं ना, पीपल वॉन्ट स्विच फ्रॉम द प्रोडक्ट दैट दे आर यूजिंग टू द न्यू प्रोडक्ट। तो ये एक बहुत अच्छा तरीका है कि फाइंडिंग अ राइट मेंटर। अगर आपको लाइफ में अर्ली मिल जाते हैं मेंटर वो सब, ठीक है, जो गाइड करने के लिए तैयार हैं, देन आई वुड से यू कैन हैव यू नो I would say you are lucky. Those who get into the field and those who are usually successful is because of good mentors. Okay. दूसरा तरीका है कि इंटर्नशिप करें, ठीक है, कंपनी में जाएं रेदर देन बीन डूइंग द कॉलेज डिग्री, गेटिंग द नंबर। उससे आपको फील्ड का पता चलता है, उससे आपको कस्टमर का पता चलता है, उससे आपको ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का पता चलता है। मैं उन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ जहाँ पे 50,000 यूजर्स हैं, एम्प्लॉयज हैं, सॉरी, या 1 लाख है। मैं वो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की बात कर रहा हूँ जो स्टार्टअप है, जो 4-5 लोगों की टीम है, 10 लोगों की टीम है। आपको पूरा का पूरा एक वाइड व्यू मिलता है। वहां पे आप काम करिए 2 महीने, मान लो आपने वहां ऑफिस जाके कर लिया, फिर वर्क फ्रॉम होम कर लिया, ठीक है, तो वो चीज है ना, आपको एक बहुत बड़ा विजन देती है। सो दैट्स आई वुड से इज अ मोर एप्ट अप्रोच। and then if you have gained some knowledge of the market and those things, then you enter into the entrepreneurship.
बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने कि व्हेन यू गो टू अ स्मॉल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, जैसे हमारा खुद की कंपनी है, हमारा कोई बड़ा बड़ा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, हम भी खुद स्टार्टअप हैं, मीडिया स्टार्टअप हैं। तो इसमें होता क्या है कि व्हेन समबडी कम्स एंड डज द इंटर्नशिप हियर, तो उसको एक 360 डिग्री व्यू मिलता है। साथ ही साथ में अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट में काम करने का, अलग अलग चीज में काम करने का, सीखने का मौका मिलता है। हैंड्स ऑन, ये नहीं कि मतलब किसी के अंडर आप कर रहे हो, इधर आप डायरेक्टली काम करते हो। तो आई आई फुली एग्री विद यू। मैं ये जानना चाह रहा था कि जैसे एज अ स्टूडेंट ये कितना मुश्किल होता है कि आपको टाइम मैनेजमेंट करना, कि आप एक तरफ अपना बिजनेस चला रहे हो और एक तरफ में यू आर आल्सो रनिंग योर यू डूइंग योर, यू हैव टू मीट ऑल द रिक्वायरमेंट्स ऑफ द कोर्स एज वेल एज डू द एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप। वो टाइम मैनेजमेंट कितना क्रिटिकल होता है, कैसे करते हैं उस चीज
आई वुड से एवरीवन हैव 24 आवर्स, ठीक है। कोई के पास ऐसा नहीं है कि ज्यादा समय है, कोई के पास कम समय है, ठीक है। सो एक जस्टिफिकेशन तो ये है कि पीपल डिडंट गॉड डिडंट गिव अ बायसनेस कि इसको 48 आवर्स दे दिया, इसको 24 आवर्स दे दिया। सो दैट्स गुड। ओके। सेकंड थिंग इज लाइक यू हैव टू थिंक कि डज इट एड द वैल्यू टू मी। अगर आप कुछ कोर्स भी पढ़ रहे हैं तो वो उसका एप्लीकेशन क्या है, ठीक है।
है?
अगर हम इन दोनों को अलग अलग समझेंगे तो ये हमें बड़ी चीजें दिखेंगी, बट इफ वी यूनिफाई एंड फाइंड कि यहाँ पे कंपाउंडिंग इफेक्ट हो सकता है क्या, जो मेरा एजुकेशन है उसी के अराउंड में मैं अगर वर्क करूंगा तो मेरा एजुकेशन का भी इम्प्रूव होगा एंड प्लस मेरा ऑन्टरप्रेन्योरशिप भी जर्नी होगा। ये 80-90% ऑफ द टाइम सिमिलर नहीं होता है, ठीक है, क्योंकि हमारा एजुकेशन कभी कभी प्रैक्टिकल नहीं होता है, ठीक है। सो दैट शुड बी यू शुड बी स्मार्ट इनफ कि यार ये चीजें नहीं है हमारी, ये एक दिन रात को एक दिन पढ़ने की है, मैं एग्जाम दे के पास हो जाऊंगा। जो प्रैक्टिकल वाली चीजें हैं उस पर ज्यादा टाइम देना चाहिए, बिकॉज इट एड अ वैल्यू। और दूसरी चीज ये है कि एक टीम एंड लीडरशिप स्किल वहां पे आप डेवलप कर सकते हो। यू क्रिएट अ ग्रुप ऑफ पीपल, पैसिनेट पीपल, ओके, दोज हु फॉलो द सेम विजन के यार मुझे ये चीजें करना है, ठीक है। एंड व्हेन यू हैव अ टीम, देन आप कई चीजें एक साथ मैनेज कर सकते हो। आपका जो क्रॉस पॉलिनेशन होता है, क्रॉस पॉलिनेशन व्हाट आई वुड वांट टू से, कि आपके पास कुछ स्किल है, मेरे पास कुछ स्किल है, हम दोनों जब मिले सो वी फिगर आउट कि अच्छा इसको और बेहतर तरीके से कैसे कर सकते हैं। तो एक छोटी सी टीम या सेक्शन ज्वाइन करके, कुछ फंड अलोकेट करके, स्विचिंग ऑफ सोशल मीडिया, बिकॉज लॉट ऑफ टाइम इंस्टा एंड दोस थिंग्स टेक्स आवर टाइम। तो वैसे करके वी गेट एन एम्पल अमाउंट ऑफ टाइम वेयर वी कैन वर्क ऑन बिल्डिंग समथिंग गुड।
तो आपने बहुत सही बात बताया कि जिसमें टीम बिल्ड करना। तो ये एक जो इसके बारे में अगर आपको बताया कि इन योर टीम कि आपके को फाउंडर्स हैं और आधे योर कॉलेज में, स्कूल में, या आपके साथ में आईआईटी से हैं, और कैसे आपने उनको ऑनबोर्ड किया, क्या क्या मतलब क्या थॉट प्रोसेस था, किधर आप लोगों की सोच विचार मिली जिससे कि आप लोग एक जर्नी पे आ पाए?
ओके। So basically, first and foremost, there is an young yang theory, ठीक है, जिसमें आई वुड से कि आधी स्किल आपके पास है, ठीक है, उस चीज को सक्सेसफुल करने के लिए 50% ऑफ द स्किल आई हैव टू मेक इट सक्सेसफुल. ओके, सो दिस यंग यांग कॉन्सेप्ट इज वेरी गुड. ओके, लॉट ऑफ टाइम पीपल थिंक कि मेरे पास जो स्किल है वही सिमिलर काइंड ऑफ स्किल का बंदा मैं ढूंढूं, एंड उससे एक पूरा का पूरा सर्किल कंप्लीट नहीं हो पाता है, ठीक है. एंड सेकंड थिंग इज पैशन टू द प्रोजेक्ट, ओके, और द प्रोडक्ट, लाइक how much the skin in the game you have. Okay, let's say this skin in the game is a very good concept, okay, that I wanted to tell, and that's where you can find and figure out which people you have to buy in the organization. So अगर मुझे लॉस हो रहा है, ठीक है, मेरी कंपनी को लॉस हो रहा है, तो उससे मुझे कितना ज्यादा लॉस होगा, ठीक है. फॉर इंस्टेंस, लेट टेक एन एग्जांपल ऑफ पायलट एंड अ बैंक कंसल्टेंट. ओके, सो अगर बैंक पीपल आर जेलस ऑफ पायलट of having this ambient and lavish life and all, but अगर पायलट कोई गलती करता है तो पायलट भी मरेगा, ठीक है, और प्लेन क्रैश होगा, ठीक है. सो ही हैज अ
सारा
लॉस
skin is
ऑफ
the game, man. The whole skin is the body is in the game, not just the skin.
या इट्स इज बॉडी इन द गेम. ओके, एंड दूसरी तरफ हम अगर बैंक कंसल्टेंट देखें, ठीक है, जिसने कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को कंसल्ट किया या इंश्योरेंस को किया या कुछ किया, ठीक है, तो उसमें उसका कितना गेम है. अगर सामने वाले की कोई डेथ होती है, ठीक है, अगर कुछ होता है तो उसकी जॉब चली जाएगी क्या? नहीं होगा कुछ, ठीक है, ज्यादा से ज्यादा उसको एक लेटर आ जाएगा या फिर वो दूसरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ज्वाइन कर लेगा विद इन 1 to 2 years, जब तक उस चीज का प्रोसेस होगा. तो उसमें उसका स्किन नहीं है, उसमें उसका लॉस नहीं है अगर सामने वाले का लॉस हो रहा है. सो दैट्स अ गुड वे टू फिगर आउट कि हम अगर टीम बिल्ड कर रहे हैं तो सामने वाला, अगर गेम हम हारे तो सामने वाला क्या हारेगा, ठीक है, या जीते तो क्या जीतेंगे हम. तो दैट्स सेकंड थिंग. So these are the couple of things that you need to take a priority while having right mindset of people.
So how did you go about onboarding your team
Yeah,
or your co-founders? If you can talk
yeah.
about a bit about
So
them.
so it's we been connecting with 2 to 3 months daily. Okay, so that's where we get to know कि commitment है कि नहीं है, ठीक है. If a person have a commitment, then at least within 15-20 days they will go run away. Okay, without money, are they able to work or not? Okay, so उससे भी चीजें समझ में आती हैं, and then they're having a skill set, okay, that they have the star level skill set that take me there. So these are the there is a one very good star diagram, okay, where you have to choose between loyalty and the skill. Okay, so if you have high star on the skill set but low loyalty, then also things doesn't work out. So you have to do the trade off between those things, and you get to know the vibes when you keep on connecting and understanding that whether he is for what. So
Yeah.
once the core team is built, then it's bit easier to find the next set of employee. Like you hire for an internship, you take people from 1 or 1.5 year of experience, and then within 1 or 2 months if they get gel, then we keep on scaling. So that's scaling up the organization comes. Yeah.
So viewers, that is Akshay Jain, founder of Studio Vita. We're talking to him. We've been talking to him, and we're trying to understand what was his journey as an entrepreneur. How did he go about being a student? He started his entrepreneurship journey, and then how did he balance out between his studies at IIT and launching his own startup, and what led to, or how did the idea itself come about. So now let's understand in the second part segment as to about his business itself, about his startup, what Studio Vita does, what is it into. So Akshay, let's understand what Studio Vita is all about. क्योंकि हम आपका रिसर्च कर रहे थे, हमने देखा कि you use AI to for video production in your as a business. That's what you do. You provide use AI as a solution for video content creators. AI आज की तारीख में हम हर जगह AI सुनते हैं, तो थोड़ा व्यूअर्स के लिए इसको आसान तरीके से बताएं करते क्या हैं?
मैं पहले एक चीज बोलूंगा कि वीडियो भी एक प्रोडक्ट है। द वे वी कंज्यूम अदर प्रोडक्ट, वीडियो भी एक प्रोडक्ट है जो हम कंज्यूम करते हैं, एंड इट्स एन इंटेंजिबल प्रोडक्ट जिसको हम टच तो नहीं कर सकते बट वी फील। हर एक प्रोडक्ट की जो जर्नी है ना वो 5 स्टेजेस में डिफाइन होती है। ठीक है, अगर आप एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाहते हैं तो आपके पास एक प्रोडक्ट होगा जिसको आप डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करेंगे। तो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन इज द लास्ट जर्नी, लेकिन उसके पहले की जो जर्नी होती है ना वो ऑलमोस्ट सेम होती है। वन इज द कॉन्सेप्ट क्रिएशन, इन द वीडियो लैंग्वेज वी कॉल इट फिल्म स्क्रिप्ट राइटिंग। ठीक है, तो फिल्म की स्क्रिप्ट लिखना, वीडियो की स्क्रिप्ट लिखना, उसको कॉन्सेप्चुअलाइजेशन बोलते हैं। ठीक है, एंड देन सेकंड थिंग कम्स इज द प्री प्रोडक्शन। ओके, in simple language we call is a pre-planning stage. Okay, if we were building any other product, like let's say we are building a, a JBL speaker, okay, AirPod, okay, if we are building, so we have to pre-plan कि क्या क्या चीजें लगेंगी, क्या क्या रॉ मटेरियल लगेगा। ठीक है, हियर द डायरेक्टर फिगर आउट कि कौन सा कास्ट लेना है, कौन से हीरो को साइन करना है, वेदर शाहरुख विल वर्क और सलमान विल वर्क। ओके, इसमें कितना बजट आएगा। ठीक है, हर एक छोटी बड़ी चीज के कॉस्ट्यूम क्या रहेगा इसमें। ठीक है, कौन कौन से दिन पे शूटिंग होनी है, कश्मीर की शूटिंग है या कन्याकुमारी की है। ठीक है, तो एवरीथिंग कम्स इनटू प्री प्लानिंग। ठीक है, and then the third step comes as a production. So this is where if we wanted to build this product, we have to put it into the factory. Okay, so in the video also producer and directors generally go for a shooting. Okay, and then the post production activity comes where lot many people are aware about is the packaging comes. ओके, जहां पे आप एडिटर को यूज करते हो, अडोबी एडिटर एंड ऑल दोस थिंग्स। ओके, हम लोगों ने जो चालू किया है ना वो ऐसा है कि कॉन्सेप्चुअलाइजेशन से डायरेक्टली हमारा जो विजन है वो वीडियो को आउटपुट करना। ठीक है, लॉन्ग फॉर्मेट, एंड वी हैव कंप्लीटली ऑटोमेटेड द स्क्रिप्ट राइटिंग प्लस द प्री प्रोडक्शन वर्क। तो अभी पता चल जाएगा कि अगर एक्टर ए है, सेट ए है, तो हमारा मूवी का जो स्टोरी बोर्ड है, ठीक है, अ सीरीज ऑफ इमेज, हाउ वुड इट लुक लाइक। तो वो सब चीजें हैं जो हम लोगों ने ऑटोमेट कर दी है। आने वाले टाइम में हम लोग एक फर्स्ट ड्राफ्ट मूवी का बना पाएंगे जिससे बहुत सारा मनी सेव हो पाएगा, क्योंकि इफ आई शो यू द मूवी बिफोर आई डू द प्रोडक्शन, देन यू कैन टेल कि ये मूवी सक्सेसफुल होगी कि नहीं होगी। ठीक है, and then they producers and director can get the finance and all, and when they are everyone is on happy and on the set, then they start shooting the real film. So this is where our whole storyvity is innovating. I think आपको easy में समझ में आ गया होगा, I think viewers को।
तो अगर अगर मैंने सही समझा कि आप ये कह रहे हैं कि आप लोगों का जो सोल्यूशन होगा या प्लेटफॉर्म होगा उसको इस्तेमाल करते हुए कोई भी एक फिल्म मेकर, चाहे वो शॉर्ट फिल्म मेकर हो या फीचर फिल्म मेकर हो, फुल लेंथ फिल्म मेकर हो, वो एआई टूल के माध्यम से उन्हें पता चल जाएगा कि कितना बजट है, किसको इसमें लेना है, कौन लीड एक्टर्स हो सकते हैं। तो जो होल जो प्री प्रोडक्शन का पूरा जो काम होता है उसको आप स्केल डाउन कर देते हो, उसको कम समय में हो जाता है और आपको एग्जैक्ट बजटिंग मिल जाती है। दैट्स व्हाट द होल आइडिया
Yeah,
इज।
yeah, that's all the whole idea. I can pretty much show our platform. Okay, so to have a comprehensive view. Okay, just 1 second. Yeah, sorry. So that I can present it and then you'll understand. So yeah.
Yeah, let's quickly go through
Yeah,
that thing.
yeah,
We
quickly
have
I'll
about 5
go
minutes.
through it. Let
Yeah,
me know once it's visible. Okay, so
yeah,
can you able to see my screen? Okay,
yes,
hello. Yeah,
yeah. We are
so
able
if
to see your
we
screen. Yes.
Yeah, so if we go to the Spider-Man project, okay, so here
Mm-hmm.
there is a Spider-Man movie scenes look like, okay,
Okay.
and if they wanted to convert it into and translate into Hindi or any other language, they have to do the dialogue correction. Then a script writer can completely do it. Then from here the whole pre-production happened. So let's say if I go to the uh, director angle, okay, so what director will do, let's say these are the films are made up of scenes basically. So on the left side, these are the scenes, scene 1, scene 2, scene 3, and scenes are made up of shots. So let's say if I go to any scene, okay, and I wanted to know कि इसमें क्या क्या चीजें लगेंगी इसको शूटिंग करने के टाइम पे. सो नाउ इट विल
Mm-hmm.
टेल कि वी रिक्वायर मास्क, वी रिक्वायर दीज मैनी पीपल, ओके, greenery, each and everything. It will tell that these are the things that we require during shooting, okay. So AI will detect and AI will tell कि आपको ये एलिमेंट लगेंगे. एंड देन व्हेन वी गो टू द बजट, देन वी आल्सो गेट टू नो कि कितना कितना कॉस्ट लगेगा इस सीन को शूट करने का, ओके.
तो
नाउ
बेसिकली
कमिंग
आप कह
ऑन.
रहे हैं कि आप लोगों का
हाँ
जो
हाँ.
टूल है इसको इस्तेमाल करके, सो इसमें एक चीज जो आपने कहा बिल्कुल सही है, इसमें एक चीज सिर्फ ये रह जाता फर्क जो कि मुझे एक चैलेंज भी लगता है, क्योंकि फिल्म मेकिंग एक डायनेमिक, कोई भी शॉर्ट फिल्म हो या फीचर फिल्म हो,
हाँ
एक
हाँ.
डायनेमिक चीज है जिसमें कि कुछ ना कुछ बदलता रहता है. इट्स नॉट लाइक स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन कि भाई आपने यही 4 स्टेप लेने हैं. तो उसको आप कैसे इसमें मतलब किस तरह से आप करोगे?
हाँ, तो यहाँ पे जैसे भी हम जो भी चीजें यहाँ पे टैग करते हैं, आप हमारे यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं राइट साइड में. यहाँ पे चीजें आ जाती हैं, ठीक है. All those element that we have tagged, and then when we go to the department section, okay, here we can manage each and everything. Like we can see those actors things, okay. If we feel like there should be only 4 set, okay, or location, then we will define those location in the filming location. Let's say if I wanted to shoot into Delhi metro station, okay, then we will define those location, okay, and it will take only those location, okay. So these things will be covered dynamically also. Or if they wanted to work on with the AI also, then it can work on the AI aspect also.
बहुत बढ़िया. So
Coming.
Akshay,
Huh.
Akshay, because we are running out of time, so
Yeah.
what I would like to understand from you is this will be what subscription model as
Yeah,
a service,
this is a.
yeah, जी.
Yeah, this is a subscription model. Also, you can create a storyboard also, these images, okay, where it will run and create a PPT for it. Let me stop sharing my screen, okay.
So apart from this, what else are you working on? आप लोग और क्या चीज आप लोग कर रहे हो? एक तो ये समझ में आ गया स्क्रिप्ट बनाना और प्री प्रोडक्शन काम पूरा
Yeah.
करना, इसके अलावा कुछ और आप लोग कर रहे हो
हाँ,
एज अ
तो
स्टार्टअप?
स्क्रिप्ट से पूरा का पूरा
क्योंकि
इमेज
पोस्ट
जनरेट हो
प्रोडक्शन
जाता.
क्योंकि पोस्ट प्रोडक्शन का एक बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम होता है. जितना
हाँ.
जितना चैलेंज, ये हमारा पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस है कि जितना चैलेंज हम अगर मान लीजिए आपको एक्स इज द चैलेंज प्री प्रोडक्शन में, तो उसका मेनी टाइम्स इज पोस्ट प्रोडक्शन, क्योंकि आपको वीडियो एडिट करना है, तो उसमें भी कुछ काम कर रहे हो आप लोग की, बिकॉज टुडे देयर आर लॉट ऑफ टूल्स फॉर एडिटिंग वीडियोस, बट आर यू आल्सो वर्किंग ऑन एनीथिंग इन पोस्ट
No, no,
प्रोडक्शन स्टेज?
we are not working on it. Our vision is to create a final final draft of the video. So let's say आपका जो इमेज हम लोग का जनरेट होता है एआई से, वो काफी कंसिस्टेंट रहता है कैरेक्टर से. आई हैव शोन यू अ स्मॉल ग्लिम्स ऑफ हाउ गुड इट जनरेट, ओके. एंड देन उसमें ऑडियो भी जनरेट हो जाता है, ओके, विद द हेल्प ऑफ एआई ऑडियो. एंड देन वो एक फाइनल आपको वीडियो बना देता है, ठीक है. सो दैट्स द फाइनल आउटकम. अभी हम लोग उसको पीपीटी के फॉर्म में निकालते हैं, पीडीएफ के फॉर्म में निकालते हैं, या फिर अनदर काइंड ऑफ फॉर्मेट वेयर पीपल कैन पिच इट टू प्रोड्यूसर. बट हाँ, कमिंग सून आवर होल विजन इज टू क्रिएट अ लॉन्ग फॉर्मेट वीडियो विद एआई, okay,
Okay.
starting from script writing, pre-production to post-production. Yeah.
So Akshay, thank you very much for joining us on My Startup TV. Viewers, if you want to hear more such stories, experience of entrepreneurs firsthand, from the horse's mouth, as they say, do join us every day at 4 p.m. for live My Startup TV Founder Talk Show. So Akshay, thank you very much for joining, or we look forward to hosting you again on our show sometime soon.
Thank you for welcoming me and having me on this show, and looking forward to it.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
For myself, Dr. Lavani Ray from CSIR NGR, National Geophysical Research Institute. So I am working as a scientist there. So now we have a group called geothermal group. So we are trying to find out in the India where we can get the geothermal energy. So geothermal energy is one type of energy where from the earth's heat we want to find out the heat. So what is the basic principle is that inside the earth we have to find out the zones where it is hot is there. So what happens when rainwater percolates? It goes inside and become hot and come out as a hot spring. So first thing we search where is the hot spring. So last 30-40 years there are many studies by the GSI and GRI. So they found out where is the hot spring exist in the India, and that area we do for the further study. So after we get the hot spring, we try to see what is the temperature of the hot spring. So we generally we go for the area where it is more than 50 degrees centigrade. So what we do first? So first we search the hot spring, then we go for doing the different survey to find out what is our aim, to find out where is this fracture zones and what is the depth where we can get the hot water. So first we do the different geophysical survey. So this is the field setup. This is called seismic survey and this is called gravity survey. So what is there in the seismic survey? We give the seismic wave. Seismic wave means we do the blasting and then seismic wave go inside and then map the area. So in the map we can find out where is the fault structure, how is the structure inside, how many layers are there. Then the gravity also we find similar thing but the different method. This is gravity means it gives the density variation. In seismic it gives velocity variation. So combining both we can get the structure inside that region where the hot spring is exist. Then what we do the different resistivity survey. There are different resistivity survey which gives different depth of investigation. Like this is called ERT, it gives up to 200-meter depth. And then this gives up to, this is EVRI, it gives up to 1 kilometer. And that is magnetotelluric, it gives up to 10 kilometer. So in all this method, our aim is to find out where is the conductive zone and where is the resistive zone. Because conductive zone means it is, if the material is hot, then it will be generally conductive. So we try to find out what are the conductive zone, and also we can find out by this method how is the fault is exist. Like we can see there are two zones and in between this is there. That means this is the fault. So by all these geophysical method we try to find out how is the structure. Then from that area we collect the sample, both type of sample, rock sample as well as water sample. So we have laboratory. So like this is the hydrogeochemistry laboratory. Here we find out what is the hydrogeochemistry means water geochemistry. So we try to find out what type of water it is. It is acidic water or basic water. How it comes means whether it comes from the rainwater or it is coming from the magma water. So like that, there are many things we can find out. Also, we can find out what is the temperature of the water in the below. That also we can find out. Then we have rock mechanics laboratory where we can find out the rock property, means what is the tensile strength, what is the stress, in what states it will break. All these things we can find out. These properties used to build up the geothermal power plant. And then we have thermal lab by which we can find out the different thermal properties. So all this lab, we have all lab in our NGRI and we can find out all the properties of the water as well as the rock. And then we have a thermal measurement instrument. This is the thermistor probe, thermal probe. So it can go inside the borehole and find out the temperature up to 1.5 kilometer depth. We have facility, and then we try to finally find out what is the structure of that area, so that, because if we go inside, temperature will increase. Even if Hyderabad, if we go 5 kilometers below, we will get maybe 80 degrees centigrade. But our aim is to find out within 1 kilometer or 1.5 kilometer, it should be 100 or 200 degrees centigrade. So our search is to find out where the hot material is up. So like that. Then after getting that area, we try to build the geothermal power plant. So we give our output to the industry. We do not do this. We generally not involved in the industry part. So industry part will take, and then they will do the borehole. So they do the borehole, 2 boreholes. In one, they hot water will normal water they will supply, and then it will become hot, and then it will come out. And when it will come out, it comes as a generally it comes as a steam, and that steam is used to find out the to run the turbine. So, and like that, the geothermal energy is used. And hot water also used in the cold places like Himalaya. There we don't need, even if it is not 100 degree or 150 degree, even if it is 60 degree, that will be useful, because we know that there in the winter season all the things are freezes. So even if we have a borehole which gives 50 degrees centigrade, that is also useful for them in the hot winter season, for drinking water, for daily cooking, everything. In the border area where people even getting water is difficult. We have seen in the Ladakh area, it is very difficult to get even water in the winter season. So we are trying to investigate in the 2 area now in GRI last 2 years. One is in the Ladakh area. We are doing this experiment, and another we are doing in the central India, Taktapani. So in both areas, we are trying to find out at what depth we should go to get the geothermal energy. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Hi, this is Rajesh. I'm working as a PhD student in CSR IISETI. So this is a technology which was developed by the CSR IISETI. So there is million tons of organic waste generated in the form of food waste, agriculture wastes. So all wastes are going to the landfill or dump yard, creating many environmental problems. Like in the form, like if a waste we went into the landfill or dump yard, it decomposes, releases like greenhouse gas emissions, which is causing the global warming and greenhouse effect. For that purpose, scientific treatment of organic waste is essential. So for that purpose, IICT developed a technology known as AGR technology. AGR means anaerobic gas lift reactor technology. In this technology, we are converting the organic wastes into the biogas, which can applicable for the cooking fuel and also electricity. So we have the capacity of more than 250 kg of waste per day to the 10 tons of waste per day. Example, we have the largest technology which was installed in the Boinpalli market. In Boinpalli market, every day 10 tons of waste is generating. So once we install the technology in the Boinpalli market, the 10 tons of waste we are converting them into the 500 units of electricity. Not only for the electricity, after the completion of the process, the slurry inside the reactor we can utilize as a cooking fuel. So everything is JLD, zero liquid discharge. Everything is environmentally feasible, economically beneficial process. And not only for the food wastes, vegetable wastes, we also design for the agriculture wastes like rice husk, rice straw, nipper cast. Based upon the categorization of waste, we can design reactor like that. So we have installed so many plants all over the India, and these are all applicable for the solid waste management, and as well as it can deal with the energy sector also. So we are completely dependent upon the energy on fossil fuels which is coming from the fossil fuels which is converting them into electricity. Now we are converting them into the green, like a green process. Like we are converting the organic wastes, converting them into the biogas as well as the electricity. Once we purify this biogas, we can utilize as a CBG, like compressed biogas, and we can utilize for the transportation purpose also. So we are dealing with all these issues which is in the environmentally friendly manner. So design of these type of technologies is beneficial for the environment as well as the circular economy. We can create the circular economy and we can create the job opportunities for the dealing of the organic wastes. The waste which is cheaply available, the raw material is cheaply available everywhere. It is there, and we are using only the microorganism, the anaerobic bacteria. The main novelty of this technology is the design of the reactor. The conventional technologies, it cannot digest more than 100 kgs of waste per day. We have the capacity of more than 10 tons of waste, converting them into the biogas. And the conventional digester is required the mechanical stirrer to mix down the process. This type of technologies, it doesn't require any mechanical stirrer. The pressure inside the reactor only will mix down, and the solubility ratio is higher, and also the methane. Generally the biogas composition is 60% methane, 40% carbon dioxide. All conventional technologies, they have the methane composition, it is 40%. So we have the a capacity to generate more than 70 to 80% of methane in the biogas composition, which have higher calorific value, which can have utilized for the heating purpose, and we have more application mode. So these are the technologies we have developed in IICT. We have one technology is agile technology, one more technology is accelerated anaerobic composting. That's it.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
My name is Mahesh Vinayak Sonkul. I am the founder, director of this company, and our company is located in Maharashtra, having three places, our office, laboratories and manufacturing units, Nagpur, Pune and Nasik. We have established this company to give the inputs to farmers. After using these inputs, farmer can replace or minimize the chemical pesticides and fertilizers. Considering the future need of society of less residue, less chemical free food to get relief from diseases like cancer and many more, we are basically producing biofertilizers, organic fertilizers, pheromone traps and lures, beneficial viruses to control the insects, also predators, parasitoids, and some botanical extracts. These inputs can substitute many chemicals, fertilizers and pesticides. Here we, in this exhibition, we are exhibiting our pheromone traps and lure segment. In this segment, you can see here the different devices to trap the insects. Here, this technology is attracting the harmful insects only, and farmer can get relief from only harmful insects. When farmer will spray chemical pesticide, due to that pesticide, many harmful, beneficial, good, bad, all types of insects will get killed. So the ecosystem will get disturbed. And main thing, after using this technology, farmer can produce residue free, less chemical food for society. So everyone will have benefit, win-win situation. Nature will be maintained, society will get residue free food, and main thing, this is very cheap technology, and having, so due to this, production cost will be less of farmer, so he will get benefited more. In less cost he can produce higher yield, so the farm will be in benefit only. After that, there are some precautions farmer has to take, how to install the trap, at which height the trap should be installed, at which stage of crop this trap should be installed. Some few precautions farmer has to take. After that, this technology is very useful and beneficial to everyone.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello good morning everybody. I'm Manisha Arumalla representing the company Lightning Lives LLP. We are based in Hyderabad. So let me just brief you about what Lightning Lives LLP does. We believe the concept of the golden circle as to why, what and how we started the company. So our mission is very clear, and the reason being is that we have been working along with CCMB for quite some time now, and with about a decade of experience in molecular diagnostics, we thought that we should do something back to the society. So that's when we know that there are some sections of the society who are very underprivileged and are not accessible to the healthcare system in India. So we have been successful in developing a kit which screens sickle cell anemia for a cost of less than 100 rupees, but in the market the same alternative costs you about 3,000 rupees. So let me brief you about how this kit works in comparison to the other alternatives in the market. So the other alternatives in the market have a lot of processing required of the template. What we do is, just like how people check their diabetes at home, we just prick our finger, take a drop of blood, and then use this card, which is called the DBS card, put a spot of blood here, allow it to dry for a minute or two, punch it and directly do the PCR reaction followed by the gel electrophoresis. So based on the band patterns that we observe during the gel electrophoresis, we tell the individual whether he is a carrier or a patient or a normal with respect to a particular disease. We've been working on different genetic disorders, for example, alpha thalassemia, Duchenne muscular dystrophy, and many other diseases like hemoglobinopathies and musculopathies. So I can just tell you an example how this particular mission of our company would be helpful. Suppose considering a patient in the ICU, and we know that every patient in the ICU has to be put up on antibiotics right from the start so that the infections can be curbed. So the doctor just keeps trying antibiotic 1. If it doesn't work, then go to 2, 3, 4, 5 and go on, so on. So what we do is we take the blood spot from the patient using this DBS facility, and then we punch it. We do a panel of genetic testing and tell that okay doctor, you can try these set of antibiotics for this patient, and don't try these set of antibiotics because these are not going to work. We are working on similar lines in the cancer background as well, and I hope this will reach the public soon and we will make an impact for the healthcare system. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Hello, myself Haibubrata Jana, the CEO and the co-founder of Vehicle Hype Sciences. So, our vision is very clear: to make the fertility treatments affordable and accessible. So, as you know that in the current India and worldwide, 1 out of 5 Indian couples or in the worldwide are infertile. 1 out of 5 Indian couples are infertile. And one of the ways to solve this problem is to go through the assisted reproductive technologies or IVF. We are providing the medias and the consumables which are required in each and every step of this assisted reproductive technologies or IVF procedures. So you can see here, so we are providing like media which are required for the gametes procurement, like sperm or the eggs. Later on, the fertilization event and the embryo culture. So in each of these particular steps, different medias or the buffers and the consumables are required. So we are providing or manufacturing them in India, in Hyderabad, to make it align with the current motto of the government, like Atmanirbhar Bharat or Make in India initiative. So apart from that, because these medias are made locally, so that solves basically the 3 problems. One is the higher demand in the market, which is implicating by the demand and the supply chain, where we can provide them with this local made media very efficiently. Second, these medias are rigorously tested in the labs, which makes it much more acceptable, and it is being shown with our data, and we are now going for the test license with the CERES CO, and hopefully we would be getting the license within a year. So currently we are in this startup conclave, which is being organized jointly by the IICT, CCMB and NGRI, and the entire environment seems to be enthralling because most of the people are coming and checking with us, and even few of the bank partners are also coming to associate with us to give financial help as well. Also, I'm associated with AIC CCMB currently, and now I'm going into the manufacturing facility, as I said earlier, in Hyderabad, in the Uppal area, in the industrial area of Uppal itself.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Deepanvita Sinha, working as a senior R&D manager at Revelations Biotech Private Limited, Hyderabad. We are a company based in Chellapalli, and this is my team. Here is Dr. Pradeep Kumar Viswas, Miss Pavitra, Dr. Ravindra Kale, and Mr. Prashant. So today we have showcased our product, which is basically Life, and this is a preparation made out of fructo-oligosaccharide. We also have a product which is called Sweet Spot, and this is for B2C business. You can see this on the shelf on multiple chains, multiple stores in the city like Ratnadeep, Q-Mart, Balaji, Vijeta. This is also available in Amazon and Flipkart. So I would just briefly tell about the benefits of this FOS. So this is basically a sugar replacer. You can use it instead of your normal table sugar. It's a very low GI product. The GI is around 18, and it being a low GI product, you expect not to have a great sugar spike. It doesn't give you a sugar spike. This also gives you another benefit, added benefit, along with the low GI product. The benefit is this product is being taken as a prebiotic fiber. So it functions in the body as a prebiotic fiber. The good microflora in the gut, it helps the growth of those good microflora in the gut. So basically all the bacterium like Lactobacillus, Bifidobacterium group, they all take up this FOS as their food, and they thrive their more healthy way. So this also in totality effect, it boosts our overall health, it gives immunity, it gives overall strength to the body. So today we are here on the behalf of Revelations Biotech Private Limited, Hyderabad. We are here participant in the Startup Conclave Hyderabad 2025. Please do visit us. Our stall number is stall number 18, and we are feeling very happy and very proud to be participant here and to be able to showcase our product, which is very innovative. We all are expecting your participation with our products. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, this is Kiran KK, Managing Director, Kashyap Energy Infrastructures Private Limited. We are based out of T-Hub in Hyderabad. Energy stands for environment and energy. So we are doing some cutting waste, both liquid and solids, and we also capture new water from wastewater. So essentially, we are addressing both the aspects of the water and energy. The energy we capture through anaerobic digestion of both industrial waste, industrial organic waste, industrial liquid waste, solid waste and liquid waste both put together. Our projects are already operating for last more than about 10 years. As you can see in the picture in the backdrop, we have made one 2 megawatt capacity power plant from a palm oil mill wastewater called POME for the first time for the country of Malaysia. and this is operating very successfully. And we have also, our other project is about NSL Sugars Limited for their plant near Hyderabad, where we capture wastewater and convert it into completely reusable water. So that water is
Namaskar and welcome to My Startup TV. I'm your host, Major Sunil Shetty. Joining me on the Thought Leader Show is Saini Bhomik, an ex-VC who understands the investor's mind and has her finger on the pulse of startup ecosystem. Today we explore India Middle East capital flows, innovation and global expansion. Welcome to the show, Saini. I must say, firstly, start by congratulating you on your, the new trend, the shots that you did on LinkedIn. That's quite, quite impressive. I think that was your first or second one, right?
Because I am very camera shy, like without meetings and everything, but I'm like, I cannot function if I see my own face on the camera. So I just took it as a challenge because video content is doing well on LinkedIn. So I just thought that I'll just give it a try, and yeah. So I'm glad that you like. Yeah.
It came out well. It came out well, I must say, and I think one of the reasons for that, and that somehow
Next to what we are going to talk today, is about what you do with all these 12,000 or be it 30,000 people who are in the mid level. What do you do with them? They've spent, as you said, they've spent 15 plus years in organization. And then how do you, I come from armed forces. We don't leave our people. We carry them, we carry them. It doesn't matter what it is, right? Where it is. So I think as you rightly summed it up at the end, they should do something about them, right? They should find ways to settle them. And I was a bit disappointed from the fact that it was TCS doing it. Because Tatas are known to hold their people together. So yeah, I think that was you brought out some valid points, and that connects to what we are going to talk today about. So we heard about capital flow. There was a news article recently, I think about a week or so, when I reached out to you, and then it talked about how capital flows are happening from India to the Middle East startup ecosystem. So what are the biggest pull factors attracting Indian VCs and startups to UAE or the wider Middle East right now?
I think this was supposed, like, I think everybody in the industry expected it, like sometime early or later in the startup ecosystem time frame, because at the pace that UAE was growing since last, say, 10-15 years, I think it was quite expected. And not just like right now, there has been, like, right now it's a news for various reasons, but I'm sure that you must have come across in your career also that so many startups, especially fintech startups, are operating out of Dubai. Uh, and there are various reasons for that, I think. But I like to sum it up in three basic points. First, I think the policy is one of the biggest factors. Like after CEP or CEPA slashed, friction of goods and services, and they fast tracked visas and uh, founder friendly free zones are also there, like DIFC, ADGM, all these special zones for founders, and also like lower red tape, because this is one of the very the benefits of monarchy. Having a having not having a democracy is the lower rate of red tape. So faster iteration cycles and everything is done faster. There is one rule for everything. So that's one thing. Second, I think proximity to capital in general, because there is no tax, there is definitely higher disposable income, and and Dubai being a global economy, I think it also attracts a lot of foreign capital. So, sovereigns and family offices in Gulf are writing decisive checks, which is very unheard of in India. Even like right now, family offices in India are not as developed as it is supposed to. So I think speed and proximity to capital is second thing, and third, definitely, this initiatives like Hub 71, and these I think definitely helps with this non-dilutive incentives and market access, etc., for the founders. So yeah, if I have to sum it up, maybe policy, proximity, and pipelines are three things which are attracting a lot of founders from India to Dubai. And also, sorry, and just also want to add the strategic geographical location of Dubai in general also, right? It has access to so much of the world. So like you can sell on MENA on one day and hop on to Europe and Africa on the other. So that's also one good thing. Yeah.
No, very true. I
Agree with you on those points. And also the fact is, in current time, there is nothing one way, right? When capital is flowing to Dubai, or entrepreneurs are moving, or startups are moving there, it will eventually it will also start. They will also start flowing back in some way or other, right? Whether it is through business, whether it is through tie-ups, whether it is through talent, learning in the international market or in an international setting, as to what they would otherwise not learn in India while they are in India. So, do you think this capital outflow or talent outflow in some ways signals weakness of Indian startup ecosystem?
Answer to it is, I think, yes and no. Yes, because like you mentioned that definitely there's a brain drain happening. There's a lot of good IPs and R&Ds going out of India, and a lot of good companies which were supposed to come from India are going to come up in the US, in the UAE. But I think it is also important to understand that India is a very big economy and also a democracy. And India is also a very young country, even though UAE is definitely almost equal of our age, but it's a small space. They do not have democracy, and they do not have a lot of minorities, and everybody just follows one rule. So it is easy to regulate that country the way they have done it. Of course, there has been a lot of thought by the sheikh that has come into this, but at the same time, it is important to understand that in India, it's just a 5-year rule of a government, and they have so many issues to solve. There's poverty that needs to solve. So right now, I think India's proper focus is not on startups right now. I mean, it's not one of the major focuses. There are other focuses as well. So that's why it is understandable why some people just wants to move out. But however, till the time the labor is cheap in India, till the time R&D is cheap in India, till the time having your IP in India is cheaper, I think people are going to stick to India. So it's okay if they move out, move some part of their company to states, to places like UAE, Dubai, and all these places. But until and unless the R&D, IP, and say up to some extent the customer support is in India, then it's not a loss for us entirely.
Not to forget, when these startups move and people move along with them, or the talent, I'm so sorry, talent and workforce, they also in some way start feeding back India's, the foreign remittance and start kicking in. So if there is some loss, this is what we saw during the brain drain with Europe and America, isn't it? People who went in the 70s, 80s, they started sending money back. So yes, there's going to be both two sides to it. But then I think given current scenario where government of India is definitely pushing for startups to start taking up a major role, in the economy, having this talent, in India probably works better. But then, what do you do when you have 12,000 people being removed? Some of them would go, right? You can't stop them. So, I'm so sorry. So, do you think UAE can be seen as a springboard for Indian startups to scale, explore international market?
Use UAE for enterprise sales. Yeah. If you, I hope you're okay. So if you use UAE for enterprise sales, pricing power, and say regulatory clarity in fintech, health, or infra tech, or something like that, or let's say if you keep engineering density in India for talent, cost curve, and velocity, and if brain drain risk only shows if the founders migrate, but if say like a part of their team migrates, then I think that's okay. So I think that's how if we structure it, then it's a springboard of India.
So now,
given that there is going to be more we also seen this, that through government initiative, a lot of startup ecosystem from across the world are collaborating with Indian startup ecosystem, right? Be the incubators, institutions, and then what is this doing is even corporates. In the last 3 years, we've seen even corporates coming up and doing the hackathons of the world, right? I mean, trying to find where the talent is, or what ideas they have. So if this kind of a cross pollination happens between Indian startup ecosystem and likes of Dubai or Middle East, Australia, Europe, this will actually help Indian startup ecosystem evolve, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. Are you saying that how geopolitics is shaping deal flows?
No. What I'm saying is, today with
all this cross pollination happening between Indian startup ecosystem and the and other parts of the world, right? So this should help Indian startup ecosystem, whether they go from here to India, from the India to Middle East, or they are the people coming from Europe or America and setting up in India. It in some way it'll have a positive impact on the startup ecosystem.
Yeah, sure. I think yeah.
So what lessons
can India take from innovation hubs like Abu Dhabi's Hub 71 or Dubai Internet City in terms of policy support?
Yeah, so I think all these initiatives that has been taken by the UAE government actually is a benchmark in a lot of ways. So I think standardization of term sheet, let's say for grants by government, I think that's a very tedious process right now, and that needs to be streamlined. Or let's say a single window for compliance. In India, compliance is a huge factor for like to get anything done. And funding and startups and regulation and licenses are like a headache. So I think like if a single window compliance is there, then definitely a lot of things will be streamlined. And that day I read somewhere that in Singapore, they have a bonus system in their country for government employees, that if say something is done, let's say there is a project that has been given and something is and if the like criteria of that project, like at what time, what is the quality and how much you're using, basically if it has been successfully executed, then they get a very very heavy bonus. And government employees by paper on paper are one of the like some of the richest people in that country. So I think that's a very good thing that we can also take from Singapore, not just UAE, but Singapore also. That in order to reduce the red tape that we have, the amount of corruption, the amount of bureaucracy we have, I think incentivizing government employees and incentivizing people who are giving a good amount of their time to the government is important. So that's how maybe we like these are the probably some lessons which I think India should take.
Correct. So
India
India
has
has
attracted
established.
over half of all Asia's Middle East's private capital since 2020. What makes India such a strong magnet for Gulf investors?
As I like to put it, that finally growth and governance, up to some extent, I wouldn't say we have reached there entirely, but finally are in the same domain. Like they're rhyming together for the first time. So, India has delivered scale. They have digitalized railways. They have improved exits for a lot of companies. There has been technological invention like UPI, GST, which is like huge for the entire world. And there's one data I think I was reading that day that since 2020, India has accounted for 58% of Asia deals value featuring Middle East investors. And I think that's not hype, that's proper data. So, uh, yeah, I think governance and growth and digitization in India and Make in India initiatives, all these are actually coming together to create something beautiful. And I think investors in the UAE and all these other regions, Korean investors, Japanese investors are actually like, acknowledging that for the first time.
So do you
See
see?
Indian VCs setting up dual bases, say in Gujarat, Gift City, and also in UAE as a new model for cross-border investment.
Countries this exists, a cross-border investment situation, which is we call it as barbell structure, where some basically both of the shores, like the Gift City or the UAE situation, they basically cross trade for certain things. Let's say for Gift City can be improvised for they can be improvised for fund setup in India, or INR IFSC advantages, and Indian deal flows can be concentrated in this Gift City area, so that the investors from the outside have like a proper point to get access to them. And second, UAE can be leveraged for, say, LP access, like limited partner access. I think there are not many limited partners or matured limited partners in India to run VCs. Then there is a dollar pool there, which we don't have. There is, and all the MENA related scale ups are happening in the UAE. So I think that is something that can be done. So yeah, I think absolutely. I can like sum it up in this way that the back office of this entire structure can be India, and the compliance and the forefront, or the entryway to Asia can be Dubai. Let's say, for example, for the entire MENA region. So that's great. I think that's how we can.
That's very nicely put.
So looking forward, 5-10 years ahead, do you see this trend making Indian startups more global, or diluting India's position as a primary hub for innovation in the world?
No, I think Indian startup ecosystem. See, not every founder can afford to go and set up their company in Dubai. So that's the reality. And I think in Bangalore, if you see the ecosystem, let's say that if you throw a stone, it will land on a founder or a startup. So not every startup is funded. Not every startup is. I mean, the advantages that you get from your own country by even for founders and employees. Living in India and running your own company has its own privileges as well. And not every founder can afford to go to UAE or US. Let's say for that example, because I think people will prefer US first. The average ticket size is better. The startup ecosystem is better. Uh, the in general the whole funding ecosystem is much better. You go global from there, so not everybody can. And also I strongly believe, I have been to Dubai, I've worked in Dubai. I can say, like, I can vouch for this, that the talent in India is far better than the talent in UAE that you find. Much better, especially in tech. I think that can be a very big differentiator why people wouldn't like to move out of India.
Well, again,
Coming to the point of talent, you are referring to the local talent, isn't it? The local talent which is there. Now, having lived in Dubai myself, what I remember is from 2004 to 2016 was, people from India were primarily in the blue collar job segment. You think in coming time, because of this flow from India, the investment and startups, technology, in coming time that demography will change, where there'll be more Indians, probably doing their, holding important positions like what we see today in US and Europe?
It's tough to answer because I think blue collar employees, we have to see that what is happening to the next generation of the blue collar employees that we have in the country, right? So if they also stay consistent in that path, then definitely the change is not going to come. But if we take an initiative, or the government takes an initiative to change that, then we can move forward to that. But I would say there is a long time for that. India is the most populated country in the entire world, with a average per capita income is around $2,500, as opposed to Singapore, which is approximately 90,000. So I think there's a huge gap. And I'm not sure that until and unless the per capita income increases in a country like India, I'm not sure that this is going to we are going to be compared with US and Europe. But yes, we are going to be one of the biggest economies, and we will have our faults, we will have our advantages. Population is our advantage, is our power and our weakness. So we just need to understand that what kind of leadership will come in the future, and how that leadership translates into development going forward. Yeah.
It's always a pleasure having you on our show, and we look forward to having you on other shows. And I'm going to continue watching your reels and posts, because they are quite insightful and thought provoking, and that also that this whole idea of this program came about from there. So hope to see you again on our show. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you. Viewers,
if you want to be part of such interesting conversation around startup ecosystem, get an insight into what an ex-VC thinks, or has ideas on, what are her ideas about the trends that are happening in the startup ecosystem, join us 5 to 6 p.m. on our Thought Leader Show. Thank you.
And therefore, the pressure on the nearby water bodies to take the fresh raw water is reduced. And then we also have set up a full-scale plant for a marigold flower processing unit in Harihar, Karnataka. There again, we capture biogas as well as new water. And then, as you could see, some of the sugar mills like Vijayanagar Sugar Mill, then we have Shiragopi Sugar Works. So these are the projects which we have been doing. And I'm very, very happy to have my colleagues also here. So the team is into design, detail engineering, and turnkey contracts. Yeah. So today we are very happy to be here in the Startup Conclave, which is jointly organized by IICT, CCMB, and NGRI. Yeah. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Good morning, everyone. This is Mahant Reddy from representing CC Bond E-Commerce Private Limited. So, CC Bond is a B2B website, especially for the chemical and pharmaceutical industry. This is a website in which we can we are connecting the manufacturers, buyers, and suppliers all over the world. This is just a platform which connects directly from the supplier to the customer through a chatting platform. This chatting platform is for all three segments in the app. The three segments are inquiries, sales, and products. So, in inquiries, people who are having requirements of any chemicals will post in the website. So, seeing that posts, the other companies will check all the listings and directly connect through a chatting platform. Similarly, in the sales, the people who are selling their chemicals, which are ready stock and all, they will post in the sales, so that the buyer will come up and see all the listings, and if it is appropriate, he will through the listings listed over sales. So in the products, the manufacturers will list their upcoming products which they manufacture regularly or campaign basis.